Right. Yeah, it looks like we're recording.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I just have a brief statement to read out to everybody. This is a meeting of the council which is being held remotely. This meeting is being recorded and streamed via YouTube, where members of the public are able to watch the meeting. Please note that any comments posted...
Yeah, it looks like we're recording.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I just have a brief statement to read out to everybody. This is a meeting of the council which is being held remotely. This meeting is being recorded and streamed via YouTube, where members of the public are able to watch the meeting. Sarah, what's happening? Any comments?
I don't know. Sorry, we're recording. I'm not sure.
Just have a brief statement to read out to everybody. This is a meeting of the council.
Sarah, if you come out of YouTube, don't stop the recording, but come out of the app.
Sorry, apologies. I don't think I'm in YouTube. I don't know. Sorry, we're recording. I'm not sure. Let me take. Sorry. There we go.
Thought I'd have Kerry in my ears for the rest of my life then.
Well, Sarah?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just
Sarah, if it helps, it does say on the top of my screen that it is going live onto YouTube.
Yeah, I'm just
and
trying
it may
to get
be
back.
that what you were doing is playing it and recording it at the same time, so we could all hear it.
I'm just trying to get back on my, trying to get back. So yeah, no, continue. Yeah, sorry, please continue. Karina, can you? I'm just trying to get back on a full screen, but we should be able to continue with the meeting just while I sort that out.
I'll carry on when I've finished.
Yeah.
Please note that any comments posted on the chat feed of the council's YouTube page during the recording of this meeting will not be monitored by the council. The recording will be available on the council's website following the meeting. All members have been provided with remote committee guidance notes prior to the meeting. Please can these be adhered to during the remote meeting? Points include all mobile devices should be switched off or set to silent so that the meeting is not interrupted. Please switch your profile to mute unless you are speaking. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand in order that I am aware that you wish to speak. For each item, officers will present a report and the then committee will discuss it, after which, if there are any group leaders, deputy leaders present, they will be asked if they have any comments to make. First, do we have any apologies for absence, Sarah?
Yes, we have apologies from Mr. Williamson.
Okay. Are there any declarations of interest? Well, I would like to declare that I'm a member of Essex County Council, as is Councillor Henry, and this may come up with following items that cross between county and borough. So if I declare that now, then both I and Councillor Henry are fine. Then we go to agreeing the minutes on pages 3 to 12, confirmation of minutes to the Housing and Communities Committee held on the 10th of March. Comments? I don't see any hand wishing to speak. So if I call by member, can you just say yes or no? Councillor Dates.
When am I being asked? I can't hear.
Sorry, Councillor Dates, you're being asked to agree the minutes on the 10th of March.
Yes, I agree those minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
In favour, Mr. Chairman.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Golden.
It's a yes from me.
Councillor Henry.
Yes.
Councillor myself, yes, and Councillor Turner.
Yes.
Thank you. Then we go to the minutes of the Housing Development Subcommittee, pages 3 to 18. Are there any 13 to 18? Are there any comments?
No.
That appears to be none. Sarah, do we note or vote on these minutes? Sarah?
Yeah, just a note. I'll just say it's noted.
Thank you. Then we go to item 5, safer hazard and racial incidents. And that would be yourself, Leslie O'Shea, presenting this. Leslie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The P&R committee a couple of weeks ago, this issue was raised and it was referred to this committee for a verbal update. So there's been two specific racial incidents reported in the press recently. And in terms of the operational response to those incidents, it's obviously subject to a police investigation. What I can confirm is that the council have offered support in terms of welfare and housing, and we're working with a hate crime officer for the South Elf PA to, one, support the investigation, and two, to ensure that the victims remain safe. In terms of the broader landscape in relation to incidents of race hate crime, I'm disappointed to report that we are seeing an upward trend. Some of it may be partially attributed to greater awareness and more accurate recording, but nevertheless there is an increase there. In terms of the council's response or the wider borough response to that, I took part in a call last week with the leader of this committee, the leader of the council, and the chair of this committee, and a number of prominent community leaders to try and understand the deeper issues. And Dungi was also on that call, and she's going to talk us through the actions arising from that meeting, but particularly around education and the wider community cohesion. So I'll hand over to Dungi to just give an update from that meeting.
Right, thank you. On 5th of June, we held a meeting with key leaders from the Basildon BAME community, which is Black, Asian, Minority, Ethnic. And this was in response to the wider agenda and local race hate crime. So the purpose of the meeting was to have meaningful dialogue and understand the barriers and issues faced by BAME communities in Basildon in order to bring about change. The key findings from that particular meeting can be themed under the following headings: education, social economic factors, health and well-being, community cohesion, policing and hate crime, and working with young people. So in terms of the next steps, Basildon Council will facilitate work with the community and partners to drive change under a proposed Basildon side-by-side initiative. The first step will be to facilitate the development of a Basildon side-by-side umbrella group to drive this work. This project is currently being scoped out, but some of the work of the group, some examples are around how we can work with partners to bring about change, twinning with other countries to look at cultural exchange, enabling BAME communities to get messages out to educational providers. There was quite a lot of conversation around the lack of Black history in schools, or whenever we have particular commemorations such as VE Day, there is no recognition of the contribution of some of the countries from the Commonwealth, and in particular the Black community. Another area to look at is a study to understand the social economic factors of Basildon BAME communities, undertaking a COVID impact assessment to understand some of the experiences of BAME people. In particular, there were concerns raised about how the ambulance services responded, how people were treated when they got to the hospitals, and this is something that we just need to explore. And then finally, developing a calendar of a Basildon side-by-side event program. This is mainly to encourage community cohesion. So as I said earlier, this whole project is being scoped out. It may look very different at the end of it, and our report will be submitted to the next Housing and Communities Committee on the 15th of September, providing more detail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will call the members in alphabetically as they are on the front of the agenda, and then the tenants leaseholder reps. Councillor Dadd, you have the floor. Councillor Dadd?
Yeah, sorry, I have to unmute. I apologise.
Sorry.
I thank the officers for the update. I think we need to maybe take a step back. I'm not sure with the suggested route plan or map going forward, because I'm not sure whether it really does focus on all the things, the issues that we need to address. Firstly, let me say that I saw the malicious communication and it's abhorrent, and that no member of our community should receive such communication. But also, part of me thinks that we have a much wider issue here at Basildon, along with the council. I've given it quite some thought because it is a subject which I think that we need to look at in more detail. I think the council through its chief executive has enabled a number of years, I think, inequality, and allowed to allow comments made at council by councillors to go unchallenged and untested. We have councillors making comments against the gay community, the Chinese community, adverse comments about the rainbow flag, relations in relation to European countries, regarding the EU of Nazis. We've had adverse comments against the Jewish community. We've had so many different comments made by council, and we've had a failure of the chief executive and management team to actually say that's unacceptable. So I think we have got a problem, even within the elected members of the council. We've got a problem with council officers in relation to the leadership team, making sure that they stamp out and have a zero tolerance. I've read the local government document on race inequalities, a discussion document that's come out. I've had a look at the local government documents on leadership and culture. And I think that there are a number of issues that we need to look at. We need to look at our communication. I mean, you've recognised some of the issues that we may have, but I think we've got to look at our own approach, looking at promoting equalities, eliminating racial discrimination, because in our own community we have a big traveller and gypsy community, which have also often had a number of issues of discrimination, and we've got to make sure everyone is treated fairly and equally. We've got to promote good race relations. There is so much we need to do. We need to understand the issues around employment, education. We have to look about how housing. We have to debate what drives the disadvantages and why there's equality. We need to, in effect, look at our leadership. I mean, I've got a document, and I know Paul Birkinshaw raised it with me before when we had issues at full council with comments made. And he said, you know, councillors, the leader of the council, the deputy leader, the mayor, all councillors have a role to play in setting the tone of council meetings, the tone of how we want to be seen, but also how we behave. And I think it's really critical. So, you know, whilst I appreciate you're looking at this working group and how we deal with partners side by side, I think we need to look at ourselves. We need to look at what we are doing so that we, when we do join in partnership with others, we can say we are doing what we need to do to eliminate this discrimination. And I think there are so many things that we can be doing and should be doing. Just look at our senior leadership team at Basildon. Yeah, I mean, it just is not representative of our wider community. Just look, we can see discrimination throughout. Now, there's a difference between privilege. A lot of us are privileged. We have advantages, and we need to look at that and say, well, how do we promote fairness? How do we look at privilege and recognise that we are privileged, a lot of us? Look at how we can eliminate discrimination and those associated equalities that you get with discrimination. And I propose that we should be setting up a review group, our own commission if need be, so that we can look at this and say, are we doing, and I know we can do better, to actually ourselves, because I think through some of the discourse that we've had over the years and the lack of stamping it out from the senior leadership team of the council officers as well as elected members, I think we have failed to say this type of communication is inappropriate. And if we're doing it, or, you know, when I say the council, not me, but we as a council, not one stamping it out, stop enabling, you know, we send the wrong tone to the community. So I think we should be looking at this internally. And I don't know what other councillors, I haven't spoken to Councillor Henry or Turner about this, but I feel quite passionate. We do, and we must do much more within our own council. And as I say, I mean, I've watched back and I've challenged comments about travellers and the gypsy community, Eastern Europeans. I've stamped out comments regarding our European citizens, Eastern European comments. It just goes on and on. It's endless amount of times comments have been made which are completely inappropriate. But as I say, I think we need to do much more about this, because it's a problem within our own council. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to comment on that without interruption.
Councillor Davies, whenever any member talks sense and wants to make a fair point, you'll get no interruption. I only intervene if people have got their facts not entirely correct or there's something that needs addressing. So the next member to speak is Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And firstly, may I thank Leslie and Dungay for their reports. And these incidents that we've heard, that we've seen, are absolutely horrific. There's no other way of describing it. My heart really goes out to those that have been subject to the most horrendous abuse that has no place in our society in any way. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for those at Policy and Resources for bringing this to the committee tonight, so that we can discuss it, so that we can look at what we can do. And it's vital that we listen, and it's vital that we learn. And there's vital steps that we're taking as a council. And I was particularly proud that my colleague, Councillor Yaku, came to the last meeting in March with a request for additional funding for books within libraries for BAME, highlighting BAME protagonists. A really important step that we can take as a council that starts the journey of addressing some of the issues that have been highlighted. The leader of the council was incredibly clear in his newsletter that he wrote 2 weeks ago, and the letter that went out on the council's website, that racism in any form has no place in this borough, and we must do all we can to root it out. And I also thank the leader of the council and the mayor for calling a meeting together with the BAME community leaders. That's the vital and right step that took, and I was pleased that took place so quickly. But it's not one meeting on its own, and it's not one conversation on its own that addresses these issues. It's longer term plans, it's longer term activities that we undertake. And I think that the Basildon side-by-side proposal is something that is the right step for us to take. It's not something that we can challenge in isolation. It's not something that we can solve on our own, but it can only happen, and we can only root this out by working in partnership, but then also by listening and learning from the BAME community leaders across this borough, and taking the necessary steps that we need to take.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Next member I have is Councillor Golden. Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, that'd be grand if that's okay. I think there's been some good points raised, but first of all, I want to thank Dungay and our officers for actually responding really quickly to the issues that were raised here. You know, the feedback that I heard from that meeting that was held with individuals in the community who, you know, almost representatives of the Black and ethnic minority community, was challenging, but I heard it was positive, and hopefully things the conversation, if you will, move in the right direction. I think that the issues that Councillor Dad's raised, although I'm not sure what particular instance he's referring to, I'm sure he has a list, I think they really need to be taken up with the Standards Committee if there are concerns that individual members are behaving in a manner that is racist, that is infringing on individuals' protected characteristics, then the council has established channels to deal with that, i.e. the Joint Standards Committee. So I would encourage Councillor Dadds, perhaps he already has, I don't know, to take it up through that channel if he believes there are instances where councillors are trespassing on people's or people's rights not to be discriminated against. I think that's a really important issue. I think the wider stuff around equality and diversity, it's a conversation that we can keep on having. One of my bugbears that I have is the term BAME, because I think it lumps so much diversity together in one label, and I think it dilutes some of the great richness and diversity that we do have in our borough. And we lose a bit of the, that we lose that when we use that term. But that's sort of by the by. We had our inclusion and diversity policy come to committee. I think it was in March. No, not March. I think it was in February time. And I know we had a similar discussion, which was really positive. And I feel like a lot of the broader points that Councillor Dadds raised come under that policy, and perhaps we need an update brought back, just how the implementation of the stuff that we discussed in that policy is going. I don't like sort of duplicating work, and I think if there's lots of activity going on under that policy, then it'd be good to sort of hear some of the headline updates and for members to feed into that process of how that policy is taking shape on the ground level. So I'm really pleased that the work is continuing to go on with engaging with our Black and ethnic minority community. I think I'm particularly interested in some of their lived experiences. Dungay, you raised comments about the ambulance service, about how they got treated in hospital. I know those are areas that I think we need to hear as community leaders, and we need to be responsive to. So I'm really keen to know more, and I'm sure that detail will be made available. But I think the messages from all of us is that we're really keen to continue having this conversation. We really want to change the way we work where appropriate, to make sure that people from all sorts of different backgrounds are not discriminated against, have equality opportunity, are not discriminated against based on the colour of their skin or their disability/ability. We want to be an inclusive council, and I think every member here is united in working passionately to deliver that.
Councillor Turner, you have the floor.
Well, I think, Chairman, with respect, we're talking about some of the comments that you in the past have made. And it's interesting listening to Councillor Gordon. Yeah, he's so worried that his group made you deputy leader.
Okay, Councillor Turner. Councillor Turner.
The fact is this.
Sarah, can you mute Councillor Turner while I just bring into order?
Words, it's about actions.
Sarah, can you mute Councillor Turner for a moment, please? Sarah, can you mute Councillor Turner for 1 moment, please?
With the actual issue.
Sarah,
that we have on
Councillor Turner.
And you can invite delegations.
Councillor Turner, we're talking about the borough.
From all over the world.
Councillor Turner,
you've got to actually.
Councillor Turner, be quiet and you will have the floor.
Now,
Sarah, will you mute Councillor Turner now, please? Thank you. I was going to say, Councillor Turner, is that we can make examples of what the Prime Minister has said. And if you look at what I may have said 8 years ago in a private conversation compared to what Boris Johnson has said in national newspapers, this does not affect what we're dealing with on the ground. I've allowed Councillor Dadds to say what he liked, and if you wish to speak in that similar vein, I have no issue. But if you want to start calling out names, I would only warn this: those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. So I'm going to give you back the floor, Councillor Turner, but you speak about the issue. We're here to help residents, not to have a mud fight. Sarah, can you unmute Councillor Turner, please?
Yeah.
I don't think he knows he was muted.
I think he needs to, Councillor Turner needs to unmute himself.
So I'm not sure how much of that you got. None of it. Try not to mention names, and then I think he says you can speak, but don't mention names. All right, no names. So there's members here today
yeah, that have been guilty of racial abuse in the past. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. When Councillor Gordon talks about it, it just sounds hypocritical. It sounds trite and rehearsed. And it isn't about words, it's about actions. And the fact is that you can put a list together, you can invite people from other countries, but it's got to become a lifestyle. We've all got to live it as a lifestyle. You can't talk about even your closest neighbours on the continent about, you know, what the detriment of them being in your community is. Now, if you're not prepared to do that, this is a complete waste of time, and it just becomes another sideshow where we can tick a box and move on and say, aren't we great because we've done this? One of the things I was saying was that currently you have on the table the Black Lives Matter campaign, and I'd like to put a motion before you tonight, and I'll be seconded by my colleague. I'd like to propose the motion that says we as a committee support and have solidarity with the Black Lives Matter campaign. Now let's start living it, because the world isn't going to the world's going to keep getting smaller. Yeah, and it's across the whole range. It's across the religious, the BME. It will be men and women, transgender. And we've had comments before about derogatory comments before in the chamber about cross-dressing. Yeah, these comments have got to stop. And we can sit here and have platitude after platitude, but it's actions. That's what we need, and we need to have it from every one of us, so we can be beacons and role models for a much better community going forwards. So there's my motion for you. It's on the table. You can ask for a seconder.
Right, what I was going to say, Councillor Turner, I'd be very happy to vote for that. But
Good.
the group we've called in Basildon is Basildon side by side. If Denge explains Basildon side by side, and you may wish to make that little tweak, and I think you're unanimous about it.
No, I'm not. The campaign is Black Lives Matter. Yeah, it's not about Basildon. And this again is a dilution of what we're trying to do here. Now, if you are serious, you get behind the Black Lives Matter campaign. It's on the table as it stands. Councillor Dadds has seconded. It's up to you whether you want to support it, or what we've just heard is just a lot of words.
Okay. Now, before we go any further, Sarah, can we get some legal advice? The reason I asked this question, at county, I went to table something to help WASPy women, and the legal officer there said that is discriminating one group over another. Now, if we choose BLM, we are discriminating one group against another. We have an Asian community in the borough. We want to help everyone. If you make that Basildon side by side, one, it's legal, and two, you will have unanimous support. Sarah, can we check the legality of Councillor Turner's motion, please?
It's
Yeah,
legal.
we've got the head of legal here. I don't know whether Paula can
Could
give.
you get hold of Paul Birkinshaw to get an opinion,
Well,
please?
we've got the head of legal here, Paula, who's assistant monitoring officer. Perhaps she could give some advice on that.
Would you come onto the screen, because I can't see her?
Yes, she will.
Hello.
Cheers.
I haven't forgot you, Councillor Henry. Well, I did.
Thank you.
There's also Councillor Smith. Stephen Woods, I think, wants to speak as well.
What we'll do, Sarah, we'll clear up this technicality, then we see if Councillor Turner's got a couple more sentences. I'm sure he will. Then we go to Councillor Henry. My apologies, I skipped you out. Then the tenant leaseholder reps, and then group leaders.
And I'd like to come back after, if I may.
Hold on, Councillor Dadds, if we can just keep to this running order, it works.
Would you come back to us?
Oh, look.
If it's quick, right. Paula, can you give a legal opinion, please?
Yeah, can I just be clear about what I'm being asked to advise on?
Right, Councillor Turner's put forward amendments to support Black Lives Matter. Now, at county, I went to do something to support WASPy women, and their legal officer said if you do something to support in a positive discriminatory way to help women with the WASPy bus passes, that would fall foul of discriminatory laws. So if we pass Councillor Turner's motion, are we positively discriminating or at one community against another? Because the council wants to support all communities, all residents, with us side by side. So that's why we went with Basildon side by side, rather than pick out one group and champion that over others. So I don't want the council falling foul of discriminatory law.
The motion is just though to
Hold on, Councillor
confirm
Dads.
so that you clear what the motion
Councillor
is.
Dads.
So we know
Let's
what
ask
the motion is.
I want
Let
to
me
ask
tell
a
you what it is.
solicitor. Councillor Dads, we're getting the opinion of a solicitor.
But can I tell you what the motion is?
I mean, if that, yeah, can I be clear about what the motion is before I advise? Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is offered by Councillor Turner and seconded by me, is that we as a committee resolve to support or endorse support Black Lives Matter campaign. So it's only it's an endorsement, and we'll work towards that alongside other policies. But it isn't.
Hold on,
about,
Councillor Dads. Councillor Dads, I want the opinion of the solicitor.
No, but she's asked me what the resolution is, and I'm just
You said it.
answering.
No, you said it. Now I want to hear
No,
the
but I haven't finished. So it's just to clarify and confirm what it is. It's not about giving away money or subsidising or supporting certain groups. It is for us to affirm that we support that message and support that campaign as a council. We can support many campaigns.
Right, okay, well, it's very clear in the name.
On the basis that it's, yeah, on the basis that it's a motion which offering support, it's not a decision of the council. I don't think there's any risk that it could be construed, that it could amount to illegality or be discriminatory.
Excellent.
I'm quite comfortable about that.
Good.
Okay, so we've cleared up that point. Councillor Henry, do you wish to speak?
I do. First of all, thanks, Leslie, for bringing this forward. I was a little perturbed that there wasn't any paper attachments with this. I'd have felt a little bit better knowing where these instances of racism had happened across the borough and what other crime figures around prejudicial behaviour are in, but there wasn't anything there. I think it was an opportunity for us to bring maybe a little bit a mini report from the Safer Basildon Partnership stuff. And it would be interesting if we could get that information so we can see that. I think Basildon side by side sounds like a really, really good step forward. I do very much approve of the policy of that. I've spoken to a few people, some of whom were at your meeting, and it's very clear that they've actually some positive thoughts on that. But it's also incredibly clear that actually they see Basildon Council as being, part of the problem. They actually see us as a racist council. They don't feel that they're represented at all. And I think that speaks to Councillor Dan's point. Our issue here is one of that we are.
Yes, you're cutting up slightly. Would you repeat your last point?
So sorry. The issue here is that all 42 of us, no matter what party we're in, whether we agree with each other, whether we like each other, no matter what, we're here as representatives of the people who voted for us. And to be perfectly honest, there's more people in this town that don't vote for any of us because they don't like the look of any of us. They don't like the sound of any of us. So I think Councillor Dads has a point when he talks about.
Sorry, Councillor Henry, we can't hear a word.
Councillor Henry, if you turn off the camera, you'll find that the strength of the signal improves on the audio.
Okay, sorry, let me just middle-age my way to finding the button that does that. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, so what I was saying is I think from my point, Councillor Dads makes a relevant point that we need to be the role models people want to see. We need to model that behaviour in everything we do, and it doesn't matter whether this is a race issue, a homophobic issue, or whatever. I've made no secret to a great number of you, no matter what party you're in, that I actually find Basildon politics toxic in every way. I absolutely find Basildon Council, as an elected official to this council, I literally dread any meeting we go to because there's a shouting match every single time. And it doesn't serve or improve the life of one single person in my street, in my neighbourhood, or my ward. And I genuinely feel for the officers that serve on our council and do the hard work behind the scenes and they're stuck in the middle of every single time. They're stuck in the middle of every argument. Serves not one person. So, you know, there's merit to what Councillor Dadds is talking about. I think, you know, we've become so political that we're serving nobody. Basildon side by side is an important step forward, but it doesn't actually deal with the incidents that we've just had. It doesn't tell us what steps we're going to take with the incidents we've had, what stance we're going to take with the public, and what message we're putting out there. It is an important thing to be putting this you know, this education program and this work of the side-by-side project. That's so important. That's preventative for the next incidents. But what are we doing about the ones we've just had? What are we doing about the woman in, you know, my division that's terrified of living in her own home? So that would be my comments. Thank you.
Right, now we go for the tenant leaseholder reps. Mrs. Folder, are you here? No. Mrs. French?
Yes.
Mrs. French, are you there?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
I can.
Am I coming through?
You loud and clear.
Oh, right, okay. I've been listening to everything that's been saying tonight and where you're going about Black Lives Matters and everything like that, which I know is all everything, but I really believe that everyone's life matters. It's not just one minority or two minorities, it's everyone.
Okay. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Is that all you have to say?
Yep. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Nice and succinct. Mr. Williamson, are you there? Mr. Woods?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, I'd like to talk if I may.
Please.
I'm a little bit surprised that it's taken an incident the other side of the world to bring this to a head. We should be doing this anyway. And discrimination is on religious, sexual orientation, colour, age, and age. And we've got a diversity policy. And with that and the side by side, I think that we should be doing more, and we can do more. We are all role models, even ourselves as tenant reps. And the people we represent are people, not black, white, yellow, green, they're people. And I just think that everyone should be included. And when you get these leaders of these communities together, it should include religious leaders, leaders from youth groups, age groups, everyone. And I think everyone should have a say, and then everyone will be represented. Thank you.
Councillor Dadds, I'm going to make a leap of faith and allow you to follow because you're going to be succinct, brief, and make a really good point.
Well, I think, do you want me to come in after Councillor Harrison, or do you want me to speak now? Because I know that
he was quite keen to speak. Let's do, you know, then I'll bring Councillor Harrison in.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
You have the floor, Councillor Dadds. Either use it or lose it.
No, I'm happy to use it. But one of the points I'm making here is like this committee tonight. It's here. I feel bad that I've been asked to come in and I want to speak again. But I thought this was a discussion. It's not just to ask my opinion, close me down, and not have a discussion around the subject matter. And the thing is, we should be able to come back and contribute after hearing everyone, and that's the discussion. I mean, the point is, I shouldn't feel bad to come back and say, well, I'd like to have a comment about what I've heard. So what I've heard is that, for example, Councillor Gordon, I think Councillor Gordon is sincere, but he did say something that troubled me, and it might be that he gets an opportunity to clarify it. But he said we should change where appropriate. You know, equality isn't about when it's appropriate. Equality should be there all the time. It's not change. We have to change if we find something which is not it's inequitable, not if it's convenient. And there's no point saying, well, we've got a policy, let's just review the policy. No, policy is there to guide us, but what's the action, what's the outcome? But there's a disconnect between our policy at the council and the services, but what's happening in the community. And it's about us having a discussion about the community. I hear the tenant rep says, well, she says all life matters, but I respect that lady's opinion. But what that doesn't mean, and I think that's part of the discussion, is that, well, actually, it doesn't recognise that certain individuals within our community, whether you be Black, Asian, or from a minority, whether you're travel and gypsy community, you are already, before you even start your life, because of the colour of your skin or your race, your background, you are going to be prejudiced. And it's about recognising that I recognise, because of the colour of my skin and I'm male, I've already got an advantage over others in the community. And it's recognising that actually we have to do our best to take away those prejudice. As I said earlier on, you know, I'm more likely to get a higher salary as a male than a female. You are more likely, and look at us here as councillors, you're more likely to be a councillor if you're white and you're male. The thing is, we know systemic in our community, there is prejudice and privilege. So what I'm saying is that this isn't about policy. This should be about a discussion within the council. And I welcome Stephen Wood's comment that we should be having a conversation within our own council about how we stamp out inappropriate language. How do we show through the tone and the way that we communicate with the council leadership, and make sure we don't discriminate, that we rule out inequality, and that we make change positive to make sure we are inclusive. It's not just words. I want action, and I stamp it out all the time, guys. It's like this committee meeting tonight. I thought it was a discussion, but if it isn't a discussion, then there you go. Let's change that. Let's have a discussion. Let's talk about these issues and see how we can improve the lives of everyone. Whether it is, I've had it before where someone says, where are you from? And I say Basildon. And I had it before, well, never mind. No, don't discriminate against me when I go into court. Are you from a red brick university or polytechnic? You know, whether there's always and has been discrimination within our community, whatever happens. But we need to say, as a council, as a community, we need to do our best to eliminate that, make sure everyone's got an opportunity to grow and fairness. And I really do think, I hope councillors will back me with my proposal that we should have a commissional review to make sure we look at councillors' behaviour, we look at the council organisation behaviour, the services and the community, and have a real discussion about it, because I think we need to do that and we should do it now. That is my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison, you have the floor. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me say, first of all, I think a lot of good sense has been said tonight. Councillor Dadds, he raised the issue, and I think quite rightly. And I think David, Councillor Dadds and myself, both having been mayor, it's going around as mayor, see how unequal it is, not just in Basildon, but across Essex, probably, in the people we meet. And it highlights the problem. Now, I don't often agree with Councillor Turner, but I will tonight. He's absolutely right as well, and so is Councillor Henry. Councillor Gordon, he is on the ball most of the time, and don't pick on him for a slip of a word. We all make slips of words, but you're absolutely right. We don't show ourselves in a good fashion a lot of the time, and that speaks across councillors. And we need to learn, and it's a good time to learn. It is a political council. It's probably too politicised, really, and that causes problems. It causes problems for officers, it causes problems for the public, and it causes problem amongst members, which shouldn't be there. I think we need to set an example. I think, and Councillor Dadds is quite right, at the top of this organisation, we have some talented people, but it is, there's not enough of ethnic or people in it. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. And I feel that share what Mr. Wood and Miss French Elsie said. I understand their point of view as well. It's a difficult problem. It's a time for us to come together, unite. So look after the people of the borough, all of the borough. But I think the point that you made in the motion, which Councillor Turner made, I believe is a good motion. I would support it if I had a vote tonight. I haven't got a vote tonight, but I would have supported it. I think it's a start, but we mustn't just pay lip service, because I think over the years, quite a long way, we have paid lip service to not only this issue, but some other issues as well. And important things then tend to go off at one side and we turn a blind eye. Let's be honest. We've got to stop that. This is a good opportunity to start the ball rolling in the right place. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Right. So we have an amendment. Now, Councillor Turner, where do you wish to insert this amendment into this verbal update?
No, it's a standalone motion.
And my motion said.
Well, hold on. When you listen, I've asked a question. It's got to be clarified. So you now say, so it's gone. I'm not splitting hairs. So you're saying it's going from an amendment to a motion.
It's always been a motion.
How does that work out? It's been a verbal update. I've got no problem this going to the floor. Sarah, can you answer this constitutional point? Then
yeah, no, it's fine. Councillor Turner has put forward a motion to the committee. It's been seconded. And I'll read a motion out again. Like, the motion was, we as a committee support and have solidarity with the Black Lives Matters campaign.
Okay. Before we go to the vote, I've let everyone have their say, so I'm going to put my 2 pennies worth in.
There's 2 motions.
Councillor Dads, Councillor Dads, keep interrupting. Doesn't make
me.
Councillor Dads. Councillor Dads, if I was in your court doing what you keep doing, interrupting, I'd get done for contempt.
It's difficult.
Councillor Dads.
It's difficult because
I had the common courtesy to listen to you. Councillor Dads, I am speaking. Please respect the chair or be quiet. Now, we've had a verbal update, and there is no vote on a verbal update, Councillor Dads. There will be a vote on Councillor Turner's motion that you are seconding. I, as the chairman, am allowed to speak. Thank you very much, Councillor Dads. Without any more interruptions, I'd like to thank Dungay for her work on this project. Basil and Side by Side is excellent because we want to get all of the community together. Now, there's been some speakers tonight throwing the odd stone, and do what you like. It's a free country. But we've heard quite recently in a planning committee meeting, and I'm sure Councillor Ferguson will take this task if I'm wrong, about the borough looking like Tower Hamlets, an insinuation. We have heard at this committee, and I've stamped it out, where accusations of people outside of this borough being given key housing. So my point there is, those who throw stones shouldn't live in a glass house, as I kept saying tonight. Now, any group that wants to support communities that are going through tough times, I have no problem with. None whatsoever. But my view is, as Mr. Woods has said, all lives matter. So I will not be participating in the vote because I want to help everybody, not one particular.
Shame on you.
Turner, have some common courtesy. Have
some
common courtesy.
Go on then, get on with it.
Councillor Turner, be quiet.
Shame.
Councillor Turner, last warning, be quiet or you'll be silent for the rest of this item.
Shame.
I was disappointed. That protest we saw was very peaceful until a few people attacked the cenotaph, and that's really done a lot of harm for Black Lives Matter. It really has. And the national news press has not been helpful. Councillor Turner wishes to make a political motion. I can perfectly see where he's coming from, but I personally won't be voting because I want to help all of the community.
It's not political.
So we shall go through everyone voting on Councillor Turner's motion. Councillor Dads, how will you be voting?
I second 4.
Okay. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson?
In favour, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Golden? Councillor Golden?
I'll be voting in favour of this motion, Chairman.
I haven't forgot you, Councillor Henry. How are you voting?
4.
4. Councillor Turner?
You're a disgrace. I'm voting for.
Right, so one word's fine, and I will not be voting, so that is overwhelmingly passed.
Disgraceful.
Councillor Turner, be quiet.
You're a disgrace. Absolute
Sarah,
disgrace.
we're not having members being verbally abused. Can you silence Councillor Turner till
You're
we
a
get to the next item?
disgrace.
Councillor Smith, can I just confirm, are you abstaining or not voting at all?
No, I'm not voting on this item.
Deputy Leader of the Labour-led coalition.
Sarah, I've asked very nicely for Councillor
Truth
Turner to
hurts,
be kept
doesn't
quiet.
it?
Can Councillor
You're a
Turner be kept quiet,
disgrace.
please, Sarah?
Shame on you.
Can I just also, sorry, can I just clarify? Councillor Dads seemed to think he'd put forward a second motion, which I must admit I wasn't aware of.
I did. I put a motion forward and I asked for a seconder, and I think Councillor Henry was second.
Sarah, he put no second. Sarah, he's not seconded anything. We've had, sorry, he has seconded something.
Sarah,
and
you
that's
were asking
Councillor Turner's motion.
Sarah. Can I reply to you, Sarah?
You go through the chair, Councillor Dads.
Well, I was answering the question. I put forward a motion that we should have a commissioner review, and I made it very clear that that was what I was putting on the table and asked for a seconder.
I do apologise, Councillor Dads. Other members have been interrupted. Have you got the wording for that motion, please?
I'm sorry, Councillor Dads, I didn't get that originally. Apologies.
That's okay. I wanted to have a commissioner review to look at racial the words are, I wanted a review to look at the promotion of equalities and opportunity, to eliminate racial discrimination, and to promote good race relationships, looking at the council as an organisation so that we could review members, officers and the council's work. So I wanted to have a commission to do that review work alongside the side-by-side and what we're doing with our policies. And I asked for if someone would second that. And I think Councillor Henry indicated that when he spoke. Yeah.
Councillor Henry, have you seconded
May I
it?
just ask a question of clarification?
Please.
Councillor Dads, are you proposing a working group under this committee? Is that what you're sort of saying, that we establish a working group?
No, I think it should be us as a group here, and this committee should be doing that work so that we look at our community. I said we look at housing, education, what we can do here at Basildon, what the structure, organisation, because it is about community. But obviously, any suggestions, Councillor Gordon, what I want to do is have a discussion and a debate about it and bring the issues out. If it's at this committee, I think we should, because this is where we normally look at community.
On that point, Councillor Dads, as you put forward a second motion, and I apologise, but there was someone heckling. So if we'd like to discuss Councillor Dads' motion, you've introduced it. I will let you come back and speak on it again, Councillor Dads, but I'm going to go to all members. If you take a note of what they've said, then you can respond, and then we'll vote on it. Is that okay?
Thank you. I think I'd already done it in the first submission, but if anyone wants to come back, I know Councillor Harrison, I don't know if he wanted to support
right,
or not.
Councillor Dads, we'll do it this way because we'll all get muddled. Right, so Councillor Dads has spoken. Councillor Ferguson, would you like to speak on Councillor Dads' motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like to understand the scope of the review that Councillor Dads has proposed, because if it's as an organisation, I completely understand that the points that Councillor Dads has raised. My feelings are that this would be a recommendation that we should send to Policy and Resources to commit to a review of the organisation, because the remit of this committee is absolutely right, is around communities. I completely understand the spirit of it, and I remind him of my remarks that I made earlier on, that I think we should listen and I think we should learn. But I think if it's about the organisation specifically, I think we should make a recommendation to Policy and Resources to review, and we take it further from there.
Councillor Dads, would you be happy with that? And I think you'd get unanimous support.
No, I am. All I would add to Councillor Ferguson is that it may be when it goes to that committee that they'll ask us to look at maybe housing community as part of that, because each committee will look at different aspects. But How that is organised, I don't know the answer. But what I want to do is start the debate, the discussion. So, you know, if it means going to policy, that's fine. But I think here in our committee, we can certainly look at happening in the community. But I'm happy whichever way it goes, as long as we can start that discussion.
Mr. Chairman, if I could come back, if that's all right.
Please, yes.
I'd be happy to second the motion from Councillor Dadds to review a working group through policy and resources around the issues that he's quite rightly raised.
Would you be happy with that, Councillor Dadds?
It's non-political, so anyone that wants to join.
So we've got a seconder. Lovely. Then that means I can go to Councillor Gordon and Councillor Henry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Councillor Dadds, you word it how you see fit. One thing I was wondering if we could put a caveat that in this working group we have a good representation of the community. So rather than we end up in a situation with a working group commission, wherever it's termed, rather than we end up in a situation where it's a bunch of, you know, older white men, including myself in that, sitting discussing what it's like to be a woman, what it's like to be a black man, what it's like, it would be good that we sort of stipulate that we aim to have a diverse as possible grouping of people involved in those discussions. And I'm sure if you think that's appropriate, you'll word that in as fit.
Okay, Councillor Henry. Councillor Henry.
Sorry, I don't have anything to add to earlier on.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Councillor Turner.
Yeah, I would just say, as Councillor Ferguson has said, I think the remit of that commission is all important. It can't be, as many have suggested tonight, a talking shop, and we have to get to a point where there are some tangible actions coming out of it. Because I think if we just scratch the surface, we'll find some actions that we can do immediately. Some will be harder, but the low-hanging fruit, I think we could actually get to some very quick wins. And I think Councillor Dadds has probably made a significant contribution tonight in moving us forward. So totally support that effort.
Councillor Harrison, would you like to comment?
Chairman, just to say I support what Councillor Dadds and Councillor Ferguson have said, insofar as what Councillor Gordon has said about including extra people. I support that, but can we make sure they come from across the borough? Because there's different problems in certain areas of the borough which are different from others, and people have different expectations, perhaps some at the higher level, some at another level. So I think that will be useful. He's made a very good point, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to go to the tenant leaseholder reps. Mrs. French. Hello.
No, that's fine, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Williamson? No. Mr. Woods?
Yeah, I agree totally. I'll just add to that because of the sensitive issues, you'd have to ensure transparency in anything that you do regarding this.
Quite agree, Mr. Woods. Right, before I ask Councillor Dadds to formally table his motion, I've got some questions for him. Councillor Dadds, can you hear me there?
I can, thank you.
Lovely. Now, my ward of Nethermain has the highest Asian population in the borough.
That's the what?
Highest Asian population, well, most of them work at the hospital. So I think on any commission, we need to make sure that every single group is represented. Now, Dengue has a list of people, and I'm sure Dengue will be able to clarify that now once I finish speaking in a moment. But it's important this commission has, instead of having tenants and leaseholder reps, has this group Dengue works with. So rather than our own perceptions of how we see the world, if we have someone from the Hindu community to say, well, actually, we get this sort of problem, or someone from that community say, we have got that sort of problem, I think that would be most helpful. Dengue, could you answer that point about your groups you work with to reach out to various sections of our various communities, Dengue?
Yes, we do have a database that goes across various, if you want to call them ethnic groups, faith groups. So I'm happy to, and we can contribute to that. Perhaps one thing I do need to mention, whilst Basildon Side by Side hasn't scoped out its full capacity, I'm just conscious this could be duplication when we talk about communities and housing, because part of the remit, we talked about education, and there's a list of themes that came out of it, but there is some detailed work that goes underneath that. A lot of it did come from the communities, as you know, from the meeting on the 5th of June, but that detail sits underneath those headings. So housing, again, which is supported by Leslie and Carol, that's something that will be underneath some of that work. I'm just conscious, are we duplicating? Because one of the proposals was to look at how we engage the communities again, so that this comes from the community and is driven by the community, with the support of the council, and that's where the stakeholders come into it, community partners, the council. Just conscious that that commission could be duplicating. Should we just have one commission, whatever that might be, that sits underneath that umbrella of Basildon Side by Side? So yes, I do have access to the community, but I thought I'd just put that out there.
Okay. Thank you for that, Denge. Can I suggest, Councillor Dades?
Can I respond?
Go
on. Thank you, Councillor Smith, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to respond. Look, everyone's comments are valid. I mean, I'm not see. I sit here and I listen to even Councillor Turner using the term low-hanging fruit, and that to me has certain connotations in America, and so everyone will have different terms, and we all use different terms. But this is where I'm saying we need to think about the organisation, so that there might be an overlapping at Dungay, there might be, but I'm talking about the organisation, about our management structure, that whether it's equalities in the sense of gender, sex, religion, faith, all those things, and it's about us as an organisation, so our senior management team, so the director level, there should be a member participation, there should be staff level, and then there should be community. But it's looking at how do we as an organisation fit in and what we're doing. Are we enabling discrimination, inequalities, or are we actually being fair in how we approach, whether it be our recruitment, how do we employ? Yeah, how do we try to get different members of the society participating as councillors? How do we get people engaged in, tenants reps? So all those things which are not a duplication of what you're talking about, that's important about service, delivery, education. There might be some overlap, say, on housing. But the point I'm saying is that we as an organisation need to have a discussion so that we are fit for purpose to fit into this organisation side by side. Because how can we as an organisation fit in with other partners if we haven't got our own house in order? So I think there is a duplication. I understand that, overlapping, but we as an organisation need to look at ourselves. And that's why I'm saying, so I accept Councillor Smith that there are many groups, and I understand completely what Councillor Harrison says as a former mayor, me as a former mayor. You go around and you see so many different groups, the wonderful work, and that's so enriching in our community. But we also see prejudice throughout our community, and how do we deal with that? And I think what's happening in America, what's happening here in the UK, we need to say, okay, now let's have that discussion. Can we do better? I know we can do better, but that's my view. Other people can feed into that and tell us what their views are. So look, Mr. Chairman, I hope that I've answered your questions. I want a commission. I'm quite happy for us to refer to the policy committee to set up a commission to look at the organisation, the organisation from a senior management point of view, staff and member, to make sure that we are acting with fairness, understanding, as I said, to promote equalities of opportunity, eliminate racial discrimination, and promote good race relations. They're the key themes.
Okay, thank you for and fleshing it out so we've got a bit more detail, we'll cover quite a lot of things. And you know, sometimes a bit of duplication checks one hand against the other. And if there's a duplication, fine, then one hand can improve the other hand, so to speak. So I've got no problem with going to policy and resources. That's fine. But other people, when they see this, will go, okay, then, health inequality. You see what I mean? This can lead to quite a bad thing. And don't think this is criticising talk. I mean, I was talking to someone today, they believe that the COVID-19 deaths were a lot worse in Basel and Newtown against, and it's not a dig, Billericay. And it's believed that it's because of people in Billericay have a higher life expectancy because they're a little bit more wealthy because they've worked hard all their life. And there's nothing wrong with that. So that's also, I think, another point for the Commission is the health inequality caused by poverty. So there's so many things, and I don't wish to pour any cold water on, but if we're going to do this, this has got to be done right. There's no point tinkering around the edges. We bring everyone together or we don't. It's one or the other. And I would rather bring everyone, and help them and identify the problems, because if you live in Basildon Town and you're socially deprived for whatever reason, you're going to have a tough outlook in life, possibly an earlier death, statistically speaking. So these are all things, and I would say, Councillor Dance, that if we're going to do this commission, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I think we've got to bring everyone along, everyone. Councillor Dance?
Well, I think we have professional officers, we have our chief executive, we have the leader of the council, we us as members all know, and it's a review of us as an organisation, and we will have to, of course, engage with all of our community, and they will tell us what their experiences are and where we can improve. Whether that is if they're coming to be an employee, if they're using a service, if they're receiving a service or been rejected a service. So it's about the services that we provide and what we do and that engagement. So it's got to include a cross-section of our community. It's got to engage the community to improve. I don't know the whole council's services where that maybe someone says, well, actually, do you know what? I believe I'm not treated fairly. I think there's an equality, and we need to look at that and address that. Obviously, I don't want to dilute it, whether it's so massive that nothing gets done. As other councillors said, we don't want a talking shop. We want to actually make change and improve the quality of lives for residents, but also make this organisation that we're part of, the council, a better place, a fairer place.
Well, thank you for answering my question to my point, Councillor Dads. I will be voting for your motion, but I'll be heavily pushing to bring as many people into that review to get as much help as we can, because there's a lot of, I mean, this is one borough where you can be in Vange or say Billericay Westwold, and you look at your lifestyles, they might as well be on Mars and Venus, completely separate. So we have a proposer, Councillor Dads. We have a seconder for Councillor Dads' motion, which is Councillor Ferguson. Sarah, can you read out the wording, please, and then we will vote on it, please.
I think Councillor Harrison indicated.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Harrison.
I just wanted to say a small comment on the Dungay saying we've got a database of people we know who we can talk to. I'd rather go away from that database and talk to some of the people we don't normally talk to, because I think there's a different story out there, perhaps, and we need to hear that different story. It's a different story from youngsters, perhaps, in the community who feel they are discriminated against. We can talk to youngsters in the schools. There's a lot of BAME people, youngsters in schools, and I'd like to hear what their perception is of this council and how we operate for them.
Sorry about that, Councillor Harrison. Just do that, because when you've got that little small pixel, it's hard to say. Right, Sarah, can we have the wording for Councillor Dads' motion, seconded by Councillor Ferguson, and then we will take an alphabetical vote, please.
Yeah. Can I ask Councillor Dads to read his motion out again? Because I must admit, I did get all of it, because he read it quite quickly. If you don't mind, Councillor.
Well, I haven't written it down, Sarah. It's sort of bullet points that I'd like to have a commission. So we would recommend to the Policy and Resource Committee to establish a commission to review the organisation in relation to its leadership, services, the organisation. So to look at the promotion of equalities and opportunities, eliminate racial discrimination, and promote good race relations. So it's to review us as an organisation.
Is that all written down, Sarah? Sarah? Yes?
Yes.
Lovely.
Sorry,
Right.
Sarah.
Councillor Dowds, I'm assuming you're in favour?
Yes.
Councillor Ferguson, I'm assuming you're in favour?
Yeah, in favour.
Right, well, that does help the proposal. Second, Councillor Gordon?
Vote in favour of the proposal.
Councillor Henry?
In favour.
Councillor Turner?
Yeah.
And I'm in favour. Dende, thank you for your verbal update. Much appreciated. Then we go to Leslie, dealing with the Basildon Community Hub, and Grant Taylor, I believe.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Basildon Community Hub. So, just prior to lockdown on the 23rd of March 2020, we started our work to set up a community hub, which we tasked with supporting some of the most vulnerable residents in our communities. We did this through taking a bit of a holistic approach with working with our voluntary and community sector partners. So as we ensured that we had a very kind of wide base of partners involved in delivering this hub. To start this off, we did quite a large piece of work on an audit, working with as many partners as possible to understand who was doing what, who was still operating, what we could therefore look to refer people to through the hub. Mostly this was, again, our voluntary sector partners, so trying to find out if they were still going, how we could help them to support them still operate, and the like. And then we could also see there how we could align the local needs to the various partners that were still operating during this period. So the structure was agreed on the 19th of March, and we were operational by that 23rd on the first day of lockdown, with the first food delivery actually taking place the day before. So we were really up and running, saw what was heading our way. This started off with a food parcel delivery service that was done in two ways. For those that were financially viable but could not get out with lockdown starting, we bought in some food which we then sold on cost, mirroring the government offer of the food packages, as well as building a very strong relationship with the food banks across our borough to see how we could feed people in these extraordinary circumstances, so they could access food if there was financial inclusion issues. As well as this, we recognised the real need to have a befriending service set up very, very quickly. This was very much for our sheltered housing tenants and our older people's activity centre residents, certainly those who would normally come out and interact and participate with their peers regularly, and we recognised the great need that I would have. So we turned those activity centres team and many of our sheltered housing staff into operating a befriending service very, very quickly. Since then, that's merged into or expanded, not merged, it's expanded into people referring themselves into that service, as well as people referring in their loved ones and neighbours, and we've built up some really strong relationships with some of our shielded residents. The hub has expanded as we see, as we proactively saw the need on its coming, and also listened to the views of people, both them contacting us, contacting members, and a bit of social listening out on our social media channels to see what was the issues were. It very, very quickly turned into a very strong medication delivery service, working with chemists up and down our borough, setting up 5 teams across the 5 towns of the borough to deliver medication for those people and keep them safe. Working with our voluntary sector partners, Motivated Minds, to set up a bespoke food shopping service, working with local volunteers who would go out and actually do the food shopping on people's behalf. And also working with the audiology department at Basildon Hospital to get hearing aid batteries delivered, which was something we hadn't seen on our radar. But we heard, through our social listening, we heard very, very loud and clear the need to support people, because the ways in which they would get their hearing aid batteries every 6 weeks was going by visiting the libraries, which had been shut. So we were really pleased to be able to step in and work with the hospital very, very quickly to get those to people's doors. As things have moved forward, we've been working with a number of partners at Active Essex, at Motivated Minds, at the Basildon Borough, the Basildon, Billericay and Wickford Council for Voluntary Services, to set up create a number of wellness packs for vulnerable residents who perhaps are digitally isolated and we're not able to participate in many of the ways in which people are staying
Sorry,
in contact.
Grant, you keep cutting out. Can you do something, because you keep cutting out?
Apologies for that. Not quite certain what that is.
If you take the video off,
yes,
it improves the connectivity.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll try that. Hopefully that's better. So apologies, everyone.
All right.
So beyond the work we were doing with getting people the wellness packs for those that are most vulnerable, one of the things we really noticed was that much of the great work that was happening in our community was happening very much at a neighbourhood level. So we were oversubscribed, like lots of people in the country were, with volunteers. And we realised that one of the great ways we couldn't necessarily arm people with having people delivering all of this stuff, but we knew that lots of great things were happening up and down in the streets. People setting up WhatsApp groups to support their neighbours, knocking on the doors of elderly and vulnerable residents to see if they needed anything on whilst they were out, even right away through to setting up quiz nights in their streets via WhatsApp and just kind of keeping people's spirits up. So we started to do some work with how we could work with those people that have put their hand up to volunteer and say to them, actually, one of the greatest ways you can participate is by really being that ambassador in your street, in your neighbourhood, in the areas that you know best. And we set up a programme where we were offering support and guidance to those people. And I think that really, really is important, because we often talk about the volunteers, those that perhaps would have a high vis and a name badge, but some of the really, really great things happened just really in a micro level, a community level, which I think is very interesting from the conversation we've just been having, how we could build on that goodwill and that fantastic community spirit that we do see across so much of our communities. As this has moved forward, the clinically shielding residents that the government have been delivering food directly to, we have been given names and details of a high number of those that either were recognised by their GP as needing to shield, but never registered with the government website, or those that did register and said, actually, we needed perhaps a bit more support than the basic food and medicine that the government were providing to their door. So we have been making a huge number of calls to those people just to check in, see if they're okay. Most of them are, which has been really, really good. But where we haven't been able to contact them, we've been doing again a very, very large number of welfare checks with our staff, just to make sure people are okay. And that's an ongoing process, which then we report back up to our county colleagues, who therefore report back to the government. So as I mentioned, the hub operated very much with Basildon Council being a prominent partner, but I would not want the committee to feel that we were the only members of it. We were really clear that this was about working together as a community, working with those volunteers, working with those that neighbourless level, but certainly our partners at BBW CVS, at Motivated Minds, at Sociability, at the Craig Tyler Trust, and I'm forgetting people, and I apologise, but so many of our brilliant voluntary sector participate in making this happen, and they've continued to do so through this period. Just as I wrote this report, I put in the statistics that we'd got to as of the 26th of March, was the day that I needed to release the report, but I'm happy to provide some updated statistics on this now. So looking at the Community Hub statistics section, as of today, or as of yesterday, I should say, we've now had just over 2,800 inquiries that we've been supporting. We've delivered 223 food parcels, 165 bespoke shopping trips have happened. We've seen them tailing off, as I think we would expect with lockdown easing for many people, and also the access to the shops being very, very different compared to what it was like a few weeks ago. 649 prescriptions of deliveries of people's medicine prescriptions, and 80 hearing aid batteries delivered. The befriending numbers I haven't got an update on, but as you'll see from this, they are raising a huge pace every day. So we have seen close to probably 20,000 now calls made to people, which I think which is fantastic. So our future plans is one of the things we've been looking at now is we've seen nationally and certainly been hearing it locally, anecdotally from some of our partners around, also for our befriending and conversations, the likely massive impact on mental health of the community. Often the worried well, people that are okay to be going out clinically by the definition of their GP, but feeling really anxious about what's happened over the last couple of months. Also furlough ending for many people, and some quite scary discussions on our news networks in relation to a possible retraction of our economy and the like. So we have been listening and speaking to some of the voluntary sector organisations that specifically focus in providing mental health support to communities, and we'd like to work out how we can get some financial support to those guys to do some work with our communities. Now we're developing what that might look like. Currently, we're not looking at using any council funds for that. We've had external funding come in, and we've also got some underspend from our public health grant that we manage via the Health and Wellbeing Partnership that Councillor Gordon chairs. So we're working our way through that to see how we can best support communities with mental health using our local experts. Happy to take any questions, of course. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Grant, and for sending out the presentation earlier. Now we're going to go back to front as we've got a different item on the agenda. Councillor Turner, you have the floor, and then it goes downwards in letters. Councillor Turner, do you wish to speak?
No, thank you.
Okay. Right, Councillor Henry. Councillor Henry?
Sorry, I was just trying to find my mute button. I don't really have any questions. Just the work that's been done on this project, absolutely incredible. The volume of volunteers that we've had across the county, and I know that that's extended into Basildon for sure, is breathtaking. It's proved what we've known all along about Basildon people, that they do come together when they're pushed, when their backs against the wall, when we're in a tricky situation. People in Basildon do step up and they do support each other. Particularly very proud of the work that's been going on with Motivated Minds and how they've supported Grant's work with their partners, Councillor Davidson and Motivated Minds very well. And they are absolute fun.
Yes, you're breaking out, mate.
Sorry, hold on. Hold on.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. I will come to you, Councillor Dowds, but we're going the letters the other way down.
I didn't hear Councillor Henry. Sorry, could he say that again with video off? I didn't get it. I'm sorry, but I would like to hear.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Dowds as well. I'd definitely like to hear what you're saying, Councillor Henry.
Okay, hold on, let me just switch off. Okay. What I was saying is I wanted to pay particularly to Motivated Minds the work that they have been doing on behalf of Basildon Council, on behalf of Essex County Council, is incredible. We already know for a fact within our own communities that when times are tough, Basildon people step up and they support each other. We already know that. But we've had something along the lines of 4,000 volunteers across Essex, with over 2,500 of those active at all times. So I think this work, the work of the hub, has been excellent. But it's the work isn't finished when COVID's finished. The work is still there's still communities to support, and I think what we've learned is that there's people out there. There's people out there that want to help. They just maybe didn't know they did. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. I've got Councillor Golden and Ferguson, Dads, tenant leaseholder reps, and then Councillor Harrison if he wishes to speak. So Councillor Golden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I have to put on record my thanks to both the massive community response that we've had. Our volunteers have done tremendous work, and that has been facilitated by our officers who, quite frankly, have gone above and beyond to make the community hub a success. And I think that that's something that every single councillor here would gladly put on record, that our officers have done a tremendous job into responding to something that's unprecedented, I feel, in current times. COVID-19 will have a deep and lasting impact on our community. It's touched every single one of our lives, some irreversibly. And I think, let's hope that the worst is over. Let's keep our fingers crossed. But I think as time moves on, the community hub is really going to assist that recovery phase. So people who are going to be left without jobs, people who are going to be struggling with their mental health, with their physical health too. Let's not forget that, with people who have not gone to their GP, who have not gone to the hospital. There's a whole range of issues, loneliness and isolation of people who are shielding, who may be expected to continue to shield for a long time. And I think the community hub, in partnership with the community, in fact, in partnership in terms of the community being the main partner, have to play a vital role in that response, and empowering our community to recover from something unprecedented in the best way it can. And I think, Grant, the important thing to take from this is that, well, I'm sure that every single councillor on this council, backs our officers' efforts, backs our community efforts to get Basildon back on track as best it can. And yeah, I can only commend the fantastic response in unprecedented times.
Thank you, Councillor Golden. Councillor Ferguson, and then Councillor Dads.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Councillor Gordon has literally taken the words off the paper that I'd written down here in the words that he said. And it's been an incredibly difficult few months for so many people in so many different ways. And firstly, my thoughts go out to our residents for the challenges that they've experienced and for what they've gone through. But what we've also seen is a community spirit coming together, working with this council, with the voluntary and community sector in ways that benefit our residents at their most challenging time. And I'm incredibly proud of the work, Grant, that you and the team and the voluntary community sector have done together in the timely manner that you've managed to do it as well, to be set up, and it's not a competition in any way, but to be set up in the First in Essex, and showing how well placed we are to deliver services for our residents, and working in partnership with the groups that you mentioned is a testament to your hard work and the team around you. And I echo Councillor Henry's thoughts and praise for motivated minds. In my own ward, I'd like to thank Craig Tyler Trust for the work that they've done as well, which is incredible. And I also think it's right that we acknowledge the contribution and the support that we've offered to businesses as well, what is a tough and very uncertain time for them and will be going forward. What I think has been really impressive has been the holistic approach and the holistic support that our residents have been able to get. And I've been frequently contacted by residents over the last few weeks and months that have said that they've contacted the hub for wanting support in one particular area and ended up receiving support in so many other areas they didn't think they were able to access, and weren't quite sure of what support they were able to get, but got a whole lot more. And it's vital that we keep that going, and it's vital that we respond to the challenges as they come up, because ultimately we're here to support our residents and we're here to support our community. I've said it time and time again, we can't do that in isolation. We have to do it in partnership with the voluntary and community sector. And I think we've shown through the community hub how effective and how meaningful it can be.
Lovely, thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Dads, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are in unprecedented times, and we all knew that it was going to be a challenge when we met last time. We sat at a distance, We talked about being careful with our resources and to make sure that we had the adequate resources to try to help everyone. I want to thank officers for their hard work. I want to thank everyone in our community that's worked hard to volunteer and help others. But I also recognise, and it's not politics, but I recognise the support of government with the funding that's been given to us as a local authority to help the community, whether it's the food banks, food parcels, whether it's the grants to small businesses, the grant to retailers, the grants to hospitality and leisure, all the support for the self-employed, the employed, those that are furloughed. I mean, it is unprecedented. The support that government has given us, which has then come to us, which we can then hand out, has been amazing. And I want to put, I recognise there are challenges, and I recognise there may be some criticism for some, but I think actually we've seen to come through and going through a process where that most of the community are protected. There are some of those that are falling through, and we need to recognise them through the community hub and do what we can. It would be amiss of me. I know we've got lots of partners, but I've certainly recognised the wonderful work from Motivating Minds. I've been following their work all the way through, and I know Councillor Gordon will support me. We know people in our community that suffer from mental health, and I know a number of individuals that have really been supported by them with words of encouragement, support and conversation throughout. And I think it must be said, they've been marvellous. I recognise all the food banks that have been doing a sterling job, and I think that is fantastic and credit to them. And I've been trying to do my bit to support them. An Essex Welfare Service have been great. Look, there's so many in the community that are helping, but we've got, you know, with global pandemics, there are normally every global pandemic has always had a second or a third wave. It has happened, and there's not been one where there hasn't. And I think we've got to prepare ourselves for the times ahead. It's still going to be difficult for to next year. So we need to help, continue to have the support. One thing is absolutely sure that I'm confident and sure of, that I'm proud to be from Essex. The people from Essex, all of us, and from Basildon are dependable. When it needs to, we'll all come together as a community to see ourselves through. And whether it be volunteering for food, for walking the dog, cutting grass. I did hear of a story where that someone volunteered to cut the grass. They went to a house, they cut the grass, but actually the person come out and said, well, that's my neighbour's grass, but mine's here. So they did too. So it's amazing, you know, but people have been doing all sorts to help. And I think it's great. And that we are dependable as a community. And this, I think it brings us closer together, because by stepping back, I've done more exercise. I've been able to stand back from a chaotic, you know, we're all running around all the time, and to reflect and say, actually, what are we doing? How do we go forward? And actually, I think there are a lot of positives that will come out. Also, there are a lot of negatives, and we need to continue to support a lot of people that are going to have or are having a very hard time. So I do thank the officers. I thank government. I thank the community. And may it continue that we all work together for the good of the community.
Thank you, Councillor Dads. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Harrison. Once for yes, two for no. No.
I don't need to say much, because much has been said, and I support things that have been said both by Councillor Dads, Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Gordon. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Mrs. French, did you want to add to this? Mrs. French? No? Mr. Wood?
Yes, sorry, sorry, I
Oh.
couldn't unmute my phone then. Yes, I'd just like to thank everyone that has done everything in the community because, as you know, I'm unsheltered. So we've had people that have come out with getting people's medication, food banks and everything else. And I know that that's sort of helped loads of people and other people that are out on the community. So yes, it's been well received by a lot of people.
Thank you, Mrs. Shrewish. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I can only repeat what everyone else has said about how, you know, the community has come together. I've spoken to a few volunteers who, at the time of their life, they've been furloughed. And it's been a great joy to everyone to see them helping. And I've also spoken to the vulnerable people, or a few vulnerable people in the community. And they said it's been a godsend, the help that they've received. I'm not going to make a criticism. One observation is there has been some confusion over the food parcels and whether the person was getting a food parcel or it was going to be a designated shopping where they hand the money over and the person goes shopping. There was just a bit of discord with clarity on that point, but that's negligible, but something that perhaps the conversation could go on a little bit to let the person know exactly what they can receive.
Grant, could you clarify that point for Mr. Wood, please? Hello, Grant.
Yes, Councillor. Sorry, I'm here, Councillor. Yeah, Mr. Wood, I'd happily discuss who that. Perhaps it's not the right time now, but yeah, any support we can get to that person, of course, and we can advise them direct. That's not a problem at all. Yeah, please call me or email me, and we can discuss it and get that resolved. Absolutely.
Okay. Right, as everyone said their say on the excellent work Grant and his team and Josie Frey, to be fair, has worked upon, I'd just rather like to add an amendment to this. I was always brought up to have good manners as a child. That stuck with me all my adult life. And it would be remiss of this committee not to personally thank Mark Noble, that I believe he's the captain of West Ham, I know he's a football player, for his very generous donation of £35,000 directly towards the Basildon Community Hub right at the start of the outbreak. And I'm sure for the officers, having that sort of extra funding when we was up in the air, when the government was going to get the chequebook out. So he stepped in, so it took all the pressure and worry off. And I would just like a letter written, Sarah, with this, obviously I'm going to seek the approval of the committee, that this committee thanks Mark Noble for his generous donation of £35,000 to the Basildon Community Hub. Have you got that down, Sarah? Sarah?
Yes, I have, yeah.
What do you have there for us? Then I'll look for a seconder.
Yeah, that the committee sends a letter to thank Mark Noble for his generous donation of £35,000 to the Basildon Community Hub.
Lovely stuff. I saw Councillor Dade straining. You have the floor.
Could I just comment, please? Whilst I'm reluctant to not vote, I would say that I'm a bit cautious about it because.
Okay. Sorry to be rude, Councillor Dade, but it's going to need a seconder. So let me find a seconder first, and then you have the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a seconder, members?
Happy to second you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Dade, you have the floor. Now we have an amendment on the table.
Okay, thank you. I thank greatly the individual for their contribution. I've made a contribution of about £2,000, me personally, to charities here in the borough during the time. But I'm speaking now. There'll be others that have done the same, and we don't want recognition. We just want to help them contribution. But I think what you're doing is monetizing potentially the effort, because I volunteered. I've done volunteering as a magistrate. I've volunteered in the community. I've helped, given loads of free pro bono advice. I do all that because I want to help. And I think, but what it is that there are some people that have equally put in so much time that they don't have the money, but they put the time in, and they need a letter. And I think if you identify it's only on a monetary terms, I'm worried that I might be sending the wrong message out. I want to thank everyone, and I think you can send maybe an individual letter for yourself, or the council can send it. But I think if we just identify one person, I think that maybe dilutes and misses out the message. I think I can't send a letter out to everyone, but my point is that it doesn't have to be about money. So many people have helped that I would write a letter to, whether the person that's gone out and walked a dog or cut the grass or got the medication. That's much more, just equally as important. So I'm conscious about picking out one person, and it's always dangerous for someone to say, I want to thank someone when in a party or a thank you speech, because otherwise you may offend. And I don't want to offend. I want to thank everyone. And we've all played our part. So I'm a bit nervous about it. I don't really want to vote against it, but I'm a bit nervous about it. Can you see the point I'm making?
I hear what you say. I hear what you say, Councillor Dads. But my view is that it was an exceedingly generous donation at a time when we didn't know what the government was committing to. Remember, and I don't wish to be political, they've been banging on for 10 years about austerity. So we all took the government's promises with a pinch of salt. And bearing in mind, they still owe Basildon 2 million, Essex 41 million. And I think it's very generous what Mr. Noble done, not seeking any publicity. He put the money in. You've made your view. Do any other members wish to speak? Because Mr. Wood would like to speak. No? Right, Mr. Wood, you have the floor.
Well, thank you for the promotion to councillor momentarily there.
Slip of the tongue.
Yeah, just to take Councillor Dad's point of view, I do agree, but one small way that perhaps we could thank everybody is an open letter to all the volunteers in the Borough Diary.
That is a very good idea, Mr. Wood, and that can be put on to marketing and communications to deal with, because we've heard that this is going to go on some time. We're going to get some new volunteers, people who are able to volunteer, and we would like to catch them all. So we have an amendment on the floor. No other
Harrison wants to speak.
Oh, thank you for that, Councillor Dads. Councillor Harrison.
I agree with Councillor Dads, because a lot of people do contribute. So I would suggest that your particular amendment, I haven't got a say in this, is you perhaps thank Mark Noble, but include and plus all the others who've made significant contributions to this community hub, without which it wouldn't have operated properly.
Absolutely.
Right.
Something similar, but I only suggest it.
Well, Sarah, can you add on to that amendment the second line, pick off the points Councillor Harrison and Mr. Woods made, that in the next edition of the Basildon Diary, the leader puts an article in the diary thanking all the volunteers and a piece from Grant Taylor. Have you got that, Sarah?
Yeah. Yes, I have.
Okay. Right, I have a second to Councillor. Sorry, did you want us to come back, Councillor Harrison?
That's an excellent idea in the whenever that comes out and goes around the thing. But I think initially was a letter from this or from the council to Mark Noble, but I was suggesting rather than that, we just thank Mark Noble with all the other people, as I said, who made quite significant contributions, some in a small way, some in a bigger way, but to them it was a magnificent contribution.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you for adding that in. Now we have a promotion on the table that is proposed and seconded. I'm going to go through alphabetically. Councillor Dads, how are you voting?
Could I have the motion reread out so I've got it in its totality?
Yes, of course. Sarah, can you read out the two parts of the motion, please?
Yep, so that we've got a motion that we thank Mark Noble and all others who made significant contributions to the community hub, without which it wouldn't have been a success.
And can you put in there, Sarah, thank Mark Noble by letter? So add the two words by letter.
No.
Councillor Dads, how will you be voting?
I will abstain because I don't like the.
That's fine. That's okay, Councillor Dads. Councillor Ferguson?
I'll be voting in favour, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon?
I vote in favour of the motion.
Councillor Henry? Councillor Henry.
I'm actually going to abstain because that's
Okay. Okay. Councillor Turner.
Abstain.
Thank you. I'm in favour. Motion's carried.
Councillor Harrison, does he get a vote?
Councillor Dodds, you know that answer to that question. Please don't interrupt.
Sorry.
Right, now we go to the recommendation on page 19. That the committee notes the progress outlined in this report in relation to the Basildon Community Hub. Councillor Dodds, how will you be voting? The recommendation on page 19.
Yes, I for.
Okay. Councillor Ferguson?
In favour.
Councillor Golden?
Vote in favour.
Councillor Henry?
For.
That's a 4 yes?
Yes.
Sorry about this, a bit bad. Councillor Turner?
It's for noting. Is a vote required?
It's a recommendation.
What, to note it?
It's a recommendation. Yes, no, or against?
It is a note. It's for noting, isn't it?
Councillor Turner, how will you be voting, please?
Well, I'd like some clarification from the officer. It's for noting.
It's the legal officers here. Maybe we can
It's
ask.
a recommend. Councillor Dodds, I've asked Councillor Turner a question, not your legal opinion. So, Councillor Turner, how will you be voting?
Legal opinion.
Well, Chairman, I'd like
Councillor Turner, it's a yes, no, abstain,
No,
not vote.
Chairman, listen. I want the officer
Ask you a simple
to
question.
tell me.
How will you be voting? That's the question. How will you be voting?
Officers, I would like
Okay,
clarification.
so Councillor Turner, Sarah, Councillor Turner won't be voting. I will be voting.
Sarah, can I have clarification, please?
We've voted on it, Councillor Turner.
No, you're out of order, Chairman.
Councillor Dodds, no more interruptions. We have
That's
voted.
me, it's Councillor Turner. You're out of
Sarah,
order, Chairman. I want
Sarah.
an officer recommend that. I want some
Sarah.
clarification.
Sarah, have you got the voting record down for the minutes?
Can't hear you, Sarah.
Sarah.
Sarah, you're muted.
No, I'm quite happy to clarify, and the committee can vote a recommendation to note it as
Thank you. That's all I wanted, Sarah. Thank you very much.
You should know this. So how are you voting now?
I'll vote in favour.
Thank you.
So much for
Thank
democracy
you.
under you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor
Inadequate
Turner.
chairmanship.
Thank you. At last, we know how to vote. After 18 years on the council, there is a first.
No, actually, it's 20.
We've clarified presentations, we've clarified recommendations.
Ridiculous.
You've got 2 things you've learned today. That is very good, Councillor Turner.
I tell you what, you've got a lot
Councillor
more to
Turner,
learn.
we're making progress. You
Come
learned a
on,
lot
get
today.
on with it, Chairman.
Sarah, we are now going to
that.
holiday. Sarah, can we go to holiday hunger programme? Now, before we go down that route, we had some rather good news today. Boris Johnson has seen the light, thanks to another excellent footballer making the case. And that wonderful Theresa Coffey, the fan of the A127 congestion charge, putting her foot in her mouth, has enabled Boris to do the right thing, absolutely fantastic, and fund the school holiday meal programme for disadvantaged children. That's brilliant. Now, before I carry on and allow Grant Taylor to speak on this, I believe Councillor Ferguson has an amendment, so that we can deal with the amendment and the agenda item as one. Councillor Ferguson, I believe you have an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak on the full report later on, but given today's announcement, I would like to see the holiday hunger programme that we have funded, or that we have allocated funding for, extended until the end of the Easter holidays in April 2021.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Golden is seconding it. Are you seconding it, Councillor
I'll
Golden?
second that amendment, Chairman.
Sarah, have you got that amendment written down, please?
Yes, I
Sarah.
have. Yes.
I have an amendment.
Hold on, Councillor Dodds. So you've got that all down, Sarah?
It said Hungry Holiday Programme allocation be extended until the end of Easter, April 2021.
Thank you. Councillor Dodds, you have the floor.
Can I put an amendment so that likewise we can discuss it as one? I'd like to have an amendment that the £30,000 that was allocated be given to the food banks, please. Do I have a seconder?
That is Councillor Turner. Sarah, do you want to read the Conservative amendment? Sarah? I can't hear you, Sarah.
Sorry, what I would say, that amendment is changing completely what this amendment is. because this amendment is in effect saying to continue it for a certain date, and what Councillor Dadds is saying is to actually change it and allocate it to something else.
Yes, that's right.
Right, okay.
Sarah, can you read the wording out, please?
So Councillor Dadds has put in an amendment that 30,000 be allocated to be the 30,000 allocation be allocated to the food banks
Of the borough, yes.
of the
No,
borough.
that's it in our debate.
Okay.
Of the
So,
borough. Yeah.
okay, so we've got two amendments and one item to discuss. So we'll wrap them all into one. We'll start off with Grant Taylor, and that way everyone can speak, and then we'll have one vote. Is that, well, 3 votes. Grant, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Councillor. This is obviously a slightly difficult one. Because it's the worst thing that can happen, officer. And the day you bring a report, much changes. But yes, obviously, the proposal has changed a number of times with these extraordinary circumstances. We started off with the concept early on in the year to work with a series of partners across the summer holidays to provide, in essence, a fit and fed programme whereby we would work with local sports and activity groups who would provide opportunities for young children and young people to come and participate in some fun physical activity during the summer holidays and get fed over that period. We were looking at doing that across weekdays, the 6 weeks across the 5 towns. The intention was to go to Sport England's local delivery pilot to try and gain additional funding to the 30k to allow that to happen. However, the coronavirus pandemic led to us having to rethink that. And obviously at the point the report was written, we'd built some positive relationships with the food banks and were in discussions with the schools in relation. So how could we help support people during this period if we couldn't do that fitness activity side of things with social distance in mind? And community halls closed, which is still the situation today. Of course, the two amendments proposed, I'm very happy for me and my team to go away and look at either of those and perhaps come back to committee to confirm exactly what we can do and how they will operate depending on what committee decide tonight. So it's obviously a slightly different conversation, which I was expecting to have with today's announcement. But if I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to, of course.
Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the proposers first, and the first one's Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Dadds, and Councillor Gordon, Councillor Turner, and then all other speakers, okay? So Councillor Ferguson, you go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and may I thank Mr. Taylor and his team for all the work that they've done in preparation for this report and getting to this stage. Let me be clear, I welcome the announcement today. No child should go hungry during any school holiday or any time of year. But what we're also about to go through is not coronavirus ending. We know that this is going to go on for a much longer period than the 6-week summer holidays. The Office of National Statistic figures today on unemployment paints a pretty bleak picture, and we know that there's also going to be other points throughout the year where we're going to see a spike, and no child should be the victim of that. No child should be the victim of unemployment and the consequences of that at all. To govern is to choose, and what we have tonight is a proposal to extend the holiday hunger proposal to the end of April next year, so that parents in this borough can be comfortable that during the summer holidays they won't have to make that choice between paying the electricity bill or feeding their children. We can make that decision tonight. Reading the proposal in advance from Mr. Taylor, the food banks was a vehicle also to get the food to the families that need it most. So I'm sure part of what Councillor Dadds has actually proposed can be incorporated in the mechanism of this motion of extending the scheme till the end of the Easter holidays in April 2021. But most importantly, getting to the families that need it most.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Dadds. And we're speaking about both amendments and the agenda item, okay? So it's 3 in 1.
Yes, thank you. I thank Councillor Ferguson for his clarification. We probably have a similar objectives, but mine is perhaps a bit more practical, because he talks about what we're going through and what we're going through now, but he defers in effect the 30,000 to deal with school holidays. That's almost a year away, and I want to be effective now during a national crisis, where that we're going to see challenges now through the next month, the following months, of possibly unemployment, families needing food. Obviously, I know government are giving support through its social welfare, but obviously there are people that are going to get caught by COVID-19 that may need the use of the food banks. So what I'm saying is that originally, if you go back to the original discussion about this, I said, well, if you've got 6 weeks, 30,000 with all the school children, when you work it out, how much it is per meal, it's very challenging. We've already been told by government, it works out to be £15 per head. And now I hesitate quickly to work out that we've got 30,000 to buy 15 is 2,000 families. But obviously that's only 1 week. And when we divide that by 6, we've only going to help, in effect, across the whole borough, 330 families. But there are many, many more families that need help. And the point is that how do you deal with which children need that schools meals? Because 330 families, I've already said, I think there was about 2,000 families at least on free school meals with multiple children across the borough. So it's fraught with difficulties. Whereas the government said everyone gets it, everyone gets a voucher, everyone will get support throughout, and I think that's important. Here we can say we've got 30,000. Let's give it to the food banks through the community hub. We've got the Helping Hands, we've got the Basildon, we've got the Billericay, and then we know that people are really struggling can go to the food banks and go and get help, and it's help now. It's not next April, it's not Easter, it's now in the coming months. So I think that it's an excellent opportunity. Our objective originally was to feed and help families through the school holiday. I said to you and everyone, if you remember, we might need this money now because of COVID-19. That's what I said at the time, and it's true today, as I said it at the I think about the beginning of March. I said it then that we need this money not for school holidays, we need it now because we're going into a national emergency. So this £30,000, we don't need Grant Taylor. No disrespect to you, Grant. We don't need Grant Taylor to tell us and report back how it's going to be spent. We need to get the money out now to the community that need it now. So if we all agree, then in equal shares, or as officers believe fit, to proportion it out to the food banks where it's needed, and get the money out now where it's needed to families. So look, I don't want to get political about it, guys, but you put up residents' rents of £10 a month. Yeah, you've refused to reduce the council tax. This is the council tax is going to be a burden. The extra rents that you've put on is an extra burden. This money needs to go there to help everyone, and it needs to go now, not to extend it to cover Easter holidays next year. If we've got more money through the council tax precept, when we come back round and we have money, then we can deal with the allocation now. But we don't want to move this money now to next municipal year. We need to spend it now where it's needed in the community.
Mr. Chairman, can I just issue a point of clarification, because Councillor Dad's misinterpreted what I said. Thank you. What I will also say, Councillor Dad, is that I'm proud that this money is coming from a reduction in council allowances. Let's get that clear and on the record. What I'll say is that this funding is not to be used just in April next year, but it's to be used in all the school holidays in between the summer holidays in April next year, so that no child is hungry over October half term, no child is hungry over Christmas, no child is hungry over February half term, no child is hungry over April.
£30,000 only covers 300 families.
Councillor Dodds, you reserve peacefully. Let Councillor Ferguson finish, and then we go to the seconders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Ferguson, if you can just wrap your point right, thank you. Now we go to the seconders. Councillor Gordon and Councillor Turner. Councillor Gordon.
No, I think Councillor Ferguson's outlined very eloquently what our position is on this. I think it's great to be able to extend the scheme. You know, it's great that we had it there in the first place. Yeah, let's move it forward. You know, we're already giving support to the food banks. You know, this money isn't just going to be held and sort of left until April. This allows us to be responsive now and actually come up with a program that's really going to benefit people. So yeah, completely support Councillor Ferguson in his remarks.
Thank you, Councillor Golden. Councillor Turner, you have the floor.
Yeah, I mean, at the time we were talking about reducing rents and not raising payments for housing, it was only small amounts. I mean, the Conservatives proposed a 2% reduction and in council tax, and you proposed a 1% increase in social rents that we opposed. That was all about Brexit. And don't forget, Brexit's not there yet. We've got that to come. And the £30,000 from members' allowances, that's a drop in the ocean compared to the two initiatives I've just outlined. So I don't think you can be proud of that. But here we have a proposal. Exactly. Yeah, you look shocked. That's exactly it. Here's a proposal, as Councillor Dodds has said. It's not a deferral, and we've yet to see what the government would do on that that passage of time. At the moment, they're talking about getting through the summer holidays. It could be that the government extend that into next year. If they don't, we've got another committee meeting. Perhaps we should have an emergency committee meeting, Chairman, to consider that. And I don't think necessarily you'll be against it. But as Councillor Dodds says, there are clear and present dangers. I read the other day, they're talking about 3 million unemployed. Yeah, they're saying there might be 2 million people that don't yet know they're unemployed. Can you believe that? And you don't know, that will hit all sections of the community, but certainly it will hit the hardest at those that can least afford it and are more vulnerable. So I would say let's just put the school meals aside just for tonight, not indefinitely. We can review that as a committee. That's not against the remit of this committee. But while we've got that 30,000, let's try and do some good with it here and now when you have got that clear and present danger. And I think, you know, we're all all trying to come up with ways that we can make people's lives better, improve those lives, particularly where they are vulnerable and when they are needy and when they are perhaps less fortunate. That 30,000, I think, will go a long way to aid in some of those families we're talking about. If you want to bring back the school meals after the summer holidays, then let's review that again. We'll know more where the government's heading for that. I take my hats off to any government, not just a Conservative one, although they are doing, I think, a splendid job, that changes their mind on a policy that needs changing. And I think the country will benefit from that. Well, let's do the same. Let's say we're not bound by, you know, a bit of political ideology here. Let's say where can that money do the best immediately? That's in the food banks. So let's allocate that, come back after the summer holidays or near the end of the summer holidays and take another review and see if we do need to fund those hunger programs. And I'm sure that we'll be up for that. So I would propose that perhaps we leave the hunger programs for schools deferral and just go with the motion that Councillor Dodds has proposed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Henry.
No comments.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Right, we're going to go to tenant leaseholder reps, then to Councillor Harrison, if he's still on the line. Mrs. French. On that silence, I'm assuming Mr. Wood is about?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
You have the floor.
Well, I would think as far as the tenants are concerned, they don't really care where the money comes from, as long as they get the help they need. And if the councillors can make a commitment that they are going to extend the programme till next April, because I believe, like others, that there's going to be a spike. You've got Christmas coming up, and feeding children to other parts of the community, as in those with mental health issues and abuse issues, feeding children isn't necessarily, unfortunately, their priority. So if we can help children and families wherever possible, then I'm all for it. Don't care where the money comes from, but as long as the councillors can make a commitment, then that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Councillor Harrison, did you want to add to this? Hello, Councillor Harrison. I'm assuming not. Right, so I should wrap up and we have 3 separate votes, okay?
Councillor Smith, could we just have some clarity, because we're talking of extending the money over, can we just have some clarity from Richard Larkman from the finance side, just to make sure that that's not a problem to do that? If Richard is there.
Sorry, I had to work out how to unmute. That's fine. If the proposal is that the £30,000 is simply not spent over this following 6 weeks, but is held over for future school holidays, that's absolutely fine. If I don't know when the Easter holidays is next year, but the chances are it'll slip into the next financial year, and we would just carry forward any unspent sum into the next financial year. So from a financial perspective, that's absolutely fine. I have no problem with that.
Thank you, Richard Larkman. Right, I shall wrap things up, and then we'll vote on Councillor Ferguson's amendment first and Councillor Dadd's, and then the substantive recommendations. Is that clear with everyone? Okay. Now, there's a few points I want to pick up on. It was brought up in the debate about tenants being asked to pay extra rent. Well, when your housing revenue account is over £200 million in the black, red, sorry, I should say, debt, £200 million plus of debt, and you need to invest in your housing stock because it needs it. The borough started being built in 1949. Things need maintenance. Now, we could have been a Rigsby landlord, but we chose not to.
You're wrong there, Chair. You're misleading the
Councillor Turner,
everybody.
you heard the common courtesy to be heard. I will be
Yeah,
heard.
well, don't lie then.
Councillor Turner,
Don't
Sarah,
lie. You're
can
misleading
you mute
everybody.
everyone, please?
Don't lie.
Councillor Sarah,
Don't
we've had a very
lie.
courteous debate, and we're now getting heckling when the chairman wishes to wrap up.
Don't lie then.
Councillor Turner, you're the liar.
Don't
Sarah,
lie.
Everyone, please.
Don't lie.
Sarah, can you mute everyone, please?
You're a liar.
Sarah, can you mute everyone, please?
Right, yeah, hold on a sec.
You're a liar.
Right, okay.
Right, now there's an accusation been made by Councillor Turner. Richard Larkman, what is the present debt of the housing revenue account, please? Is Richard Larkman still there, Sarah?
Yes.
What is the present debt of the housing revenue account, please?
I don't have the exact figure to hand, but it's around 200 million.
Well, that's for a mortgage. That's a mortgage. It's not a debt.
Councillor Dadd's.
Sorry, that's not irrelevant.
Sarah, can we just have everyone quiet, please?
The Rigby landlord, you're lying.
Sarah, can we have it quiet, please?
You're a disgrace. We're not
Sarah,
a
can we
Rigby
have it quiet,
landlord,
please?
and we'd never get there.
Sarah, can we have it quiet?
Yes, I think. Okay.
Everyone muted by me.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you. So we've corrected that lie. And as
you're a liar,
landlord, I suggest you speak to some of our tenants. Right.
You're
so
a
that
liar.
we have invested into our housing stock and estates, and that's a terrible thing we've heard. The council tax we've frozen. Essex County Council's jacked theirs up. I understand why. I voted against it elsewhere. Now, I'm very keen to entertain an emergency committee meeting of this committee because possibly if the restrictions are eased, we would like to celebrate VJ Day. And obviously, I would like everyone's input. So there could be a possibility of a July meeting of this committee. But we will see what the government restrictions are. Now, when I first got elected onto Essex County Council in the summer of 2013, I raised a motion on this very subject of providing a hot meal service for children during the summer 6 weeks holidays. on the basis it's not just food, but it's helping those children get extra education. I mean, my view is with this whole project, it's not just food, but it's getting volunteers in, retired teachers, obviously vetted people who will pass a criminal records check. But we want to lift children up, not just fill their stomachs. So I will be gladly supporting Councillor Ferguson's amendment. And just for the record, Councillor Henry will be able to testify in case someone chooses to call that liar. The Leyland Town Centre Working Group, when it went to allocate its money earlier this year, Councillor Henry put forward as an idea to give £2,000 of its budget to the Helping Hands Food Bank, which received unanimous support. And I'd like to thank Councillor Henry for that. So, on that basis, Sarah, can you read out the first amendment from Councillor Ferguson, and we will vote on that, please?
Yeah. Just to be clear, they are two separate motions because Councillor Dadd's motion negates the first one. So Councillor Dadd's motion isn't an amendment, it's a separate motion.
Okay, well, raised by any other name that's been just this week.
On the result of that, then we'll go to the second.
So we're doing Councillor Ferguson's first.
Councillor Ferguson's motion was that the Holiday Hungry programme allocation be extended until the end of the Easter holidays, school holidays, which is April 2021.
Right. We will call it out alphabetically as we have done. Councillor Dads, how will you be voting?
In favour.
Councillor Ferguson? Councillor Ferguson?
In favour.
Turn your light on.
Councillor Golden?
I vote in favour.
Councillor Henry? Councillor Henry?
Has he lost
Doesn't look like he's in the meeting room.
Can we pause for a minute? I'll just see if he's...
Yes, that's fine.
I've just messaged him, Mr. Chairman, if we could pause for a minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just calling him too.
Any luck, Councillor Dads?
No, I'm calling him. I'm wondering whether he's having a comfort break. I think we ought to adjourn for a minute so that we can get...
Well, let's take these votes up and then we'll have a comfort break.
No, what I'm saying is he might be on a comfort break. I think I've tried to ring him. I think we should adjourn for a minute because of connectivity.
Well, we've already started voting. I mean, let me see.
But the legal officer should give us advice that everyone's entitled.
Oh, Councillor Dads, I haven't made a decision.
He's lost his connection. He should be able to...
Golden, Bennett.
5 minutes.
Bennett, I've not even made a decision, Councillor Dads, whether we adjourn or not. Chill out.
Thank you.
Chill.
I can't hear you, madam.
In the meantime, Jack's turned his light on.
Oh, hello, councillor.
I'm not sure I prefer it off.
No. So what are we doing? Are we adjourning, Councillor Smith?
Councillor Dads, would you like a comfort break?
I think we should adjourn for 5 minutes so that I can see if we can get Councillor Henry back. If there's a problem with connectivity, we should just pause for a minute to make sure everyone is involved.
That's
I don't
fine.
know what the head of legal thinks.
Okay, Councillor Dads. Chill.
Sorry, we can't hear you, Paul.
Sarah, on that basis, we can't even get legal advice. Then we have...
I think you're perfectly reasonable to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes if you think it's a technical issue.
20 past 9.
Yeah, so if everybody's back for 20 past, that's fine. And you can do the vote to make sure.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Oh, don't do this to me. Why is it doing that?
Sarah, can you hear me? Sarah?
Yes, I can, councillor.
Oh, lovely. If you can sort of bring everyone on, but we're still adjourned.
Yeah, they should all come back they should all be back now anyway, and then you can just agree to adjourn it again for another 10 minutes if you wish.
Lovely.
If everybody puts the camera on when they're back, then we know everybody's back.
I'm back.
Yeah, Jeff's just texted me, David, saying I've given till 9:30. Maybe a bit more if he needs it.
Yeah, I've telephoned, texted, and emailed. I was actually a bit worried for him because he's just, that's not normally he would reply.
Well, as MI5 keep a tab on what we say and what we do, so I'm not breaching nothing. He writes, my internet has gone down. I can't get online. So I'll text back. We'll wait till 9:30 and then try and chase him up in.
I think that's very sensible.
Yeah.
The only thing, just to mention, to be quite honest, I'm not sure at what point he left the meeting. So if he wasn't actually here for the beginning for this item, he probably would say he didn't want to vote on it anyway because he wasn't here to hear it. So really, sensibly, he shouldn't vote on it. But I'm not sure what time he left.
I think he was here because I received a message during the debate.
Okay.
I think the best answer, Sarah, Jeff don't tell lies. So let him answer that question and I'll go with his opinion.
Okay.
All right, Jeff just texted me back, Sarah. I don't even have internet on my phone. You might need to get on with it. Well, I said 9:30. Still got a good 6 minutes.
So are we adjourning to 9:30 so I turn off my mic and camera and I can go and get myself a drink?
As long as you get us a large one.
Well, I don't drink alcohol, so you can have a large cup of tea.
Oh, still owe us for a pack of sweats.
All right, thank you. I'm going to leave the meeting till 9:30.
Oh, they're all rattling on. My view is in 10 minutes' time, start dinner.
I don't need any dinner, thank you, councillor.
Put the computer on as well. Right, cheers, bye.
Find out. Sarah, sorry to trouble you. Is there a way of dialing him rather than calling him?
Yes, yeah. If Councillor Henry goes to the invite, there's numbers that you
Got you.
telephone numbers, and you do it, and you just put in the meeting code and the password. So it's on the invite that went to him.
Yeah, I thought I was just scrambling to find it, but thank you for that. I'll let him know.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah?
Yes.
Right, Jeff's just texted me. He says, can you get Sarah to text me the link?
Yeah, I'll email. It's on
He
his.
can't get email. Let me ring him, and then you can talk to him, and if I put the phone to the laptop.
Right, let me find the invite.
Don't worry, I'm a dab at this. He picks up. I'm trying him again, Sarah.
Okay.
If I just text him to ask him to pick up. So, this is the joy when people wish to waffle, Sarah. Keep short, succinct with online meetings. You avoid this.
He can dial in via telephone if he needs to. He doesn't need internet.
Yeah, but I think if he hasn't got his emails, he can't pick out the invite that's got that on. That's the problem.
Be quicker for him to drive into the office, but he can't do it.
Sarah, are you looking for the ID number and password?
Yes, I've got it here on my emails.
All right, I was just going to give it to you.
Just remind everybody, sorry, that we're still live streaming and recording. So although your cameras and your mics are on, we're still live streaming. We haven't stopped that.
You're going to do some free advertising, get us all pizzas, are you? Sarah, we'll get...
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can ring Councillor Henry. I'm just going to mute my.
Hold on. I've just got a text. No, it's from... I have an idea. Options, forward. I think we're going to be out of trouble. Add recipients, contact us, Jeff. Options, add.
You want to put you? Shall we mute you, Councillor Smith?
Andrew, I sent that text to Jeff. Thank you. Sarah, I've just sent to Jeff. Andrew's written out the codes and everything and the phone number, and I've just texted that to Jeff. So hopefully we get in touch.
Thanks, Councillor. I was just going to do that. Yeah, lovely.
Oh, Andrew, can you text over the phone number as well, please? Sarah, I just want to read this text out for the record from Jeff, Councillor Henry. He says, just get on with it. I can't dial in. I've got rubbish reception and it's not connecting. And if I just wave, you won't see his number, so we're not giving out ID. So can you see that, Sarah, on the screen?
No.
Well,
I'm texting Councillor Henry as well with the number. So if he manages to at some point, he can obviously join us again.
yes. Okay. Sarah,
yeah.
We go to get the meeting started at 9:40.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully members will be back for then.
Can't embarrass David in his nice clean shirt eating a kebab.
Yeah, I think Councillor Smith, maybe we need to get moving now.
Okay, Sarah, how do we call everyone in, please? I can't hear. Can't hear you, Sarah.
Yeah, if everybody puts the cameras on, we know that they're there. Everybody will do that, please.
I'm sure this is just an accident, but I've been blocked. I think Karina may have interfered with my camera.
Oh no, we can hear you, Councillor.
Yeah, it just says the host has disabled it. Okay, thanks.
I preferred it the other way. I'm sure Jack Ferguson would agree.
I don't think you're alone, David.
We've got all members back, haven't we, except Councillor Henry, yeah?
Right, is that everyone, Sarah?
Yep.
Okay, we will recommence with the vote on Councillor Ferguson's motion, and then we will go to Councillor Dadd's motion, and then vote on the substantive.
Yeah, Councillor Dadds, Councillor Smith, did you want to put your camera on?
It says the host has blocked it.
No, I haven't.
I prefer it this way.
So do I.
Are you on?
Councillor Gordon agrees.
How's that?
Yeah,
That's
we're
better.
on.
Okay, so
Can I just, Chairman, can I just be clear? The first motion, if the first motion is passed on the to extend it, then we won't be able to vote on the second motion because in effect it will be invalid because we'd already have agreed the 30,000. But obviously we voted on the first motion first.
No, surely it negates it if the second motion is voted. It negates the first, as you said last time.
But we're
I think at this hour, if we just take the votes, the Conservatives are down one member. I think we know what will pass rather than have a heated debate. So on the First Amendment proposed by Councillor Ferguson, I will call each member out to vote. Councillor Dadds, how are you voting, please?
For it, in favour.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
In favour.
Councillor Golden?
In favour.
Councillor Henry is absent. Councillor Turner?
Yep, in favour.
Right, and I am in favour. That is passed. Just for the sake of peace, we will go to Councillor Dadds' amendment. Councillor Dadds, how are you voting?
In favour.
Councillor Ferguson?
Against.
Councillor Golden?
Against.
Councillor Henry, are you here on the off chance? No. Councillor Turner?
In favour.
And I will be voting against. That amendment has failed. Then we go to substantive, listed on page 23. I will call each member out again. Councillor Dadds, how will you be voting, please?
In favour.
Councillor Ferguson?
In favour.
Councillor Golden?
I vote in favour.
Councillor Henry, are you here on the off chance? No. Councillor Turner?
Yeah, in favour.
And I will be voting in favour. That item has passed. Thank you, members. Now we go to the COVID-19 impact assessment. Leslie, can you please present that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll turn the camera off, try and improve the audio. So I've been asked to provide a verbal update on the impact of COVID on the services that fall under the remit of this committee. And as already been said, we know that COVID is going to have a deep and long-lasting effect on our communities. So just to provide a little bit of context, so we have been part of the Essex response to COVID-19, and the Essex Resilience Forum Strategic Coordinating Group was put into action to provide coordination and alignment, and that group was chaired by the Chief Constable of Essex and the Deputy Fire Chief. And we've had representation on that meeting right through since before lockdown. A number of multi-agency information cells were established to support the work of the SCG, in addition to a number of multi-agency tactical groups in specialist areas. And one of those was the Rough Sleeper Resilience Forum, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So in terms of the council's strategic approach for COVID, we obviously acted in accordance with the government guidelines as soon as practicable, and we activated our business continuity plans to ensure delivery of essential services. The safety of staff, partners, residents and visitors to the borough was absolutely paramount in our response, and obviously with a clear mission to return to business as usual and restore disrupted services at the earliest opportunity once it's safe to do so. So again, with the recovery planning, and we're now into the recovery stage, we're following government guidelines and await those in different service areas, controlled by strategic decisions, and then that's enacted through a tactical level of management to ensure a phased operational approach with safety as the paramount consideration. So in terms of housing and communities, all of our services, majority that fall under the remit of this committee, our frontline services, and they've all had some enforced change throughout this period. Majority of staff, almost all staff, are working from home, and as I say, recovery is well underway. So I'll go through each of the service areas and try and give you a little bit of a flavour, and try and focus on some of those bigger areas that I think you will be more interested in. So one of the big challenges for us has been around rough sleepers, and on the 25th of March, a request was made via the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to provide accommodation for all known rough sleepers by the 27th of March, and that was a real challenge. So this ask was for us was to apply to everybody, regardless of their immigration status or whether they satisfied the statutory priority need test, and it was obviously made as a public health measure to allow all rough sleepers to self-isolate and practice social distancing whilst we were in stage 1 of lockdown. And the request, as I'm sure you're all aware, has subsequently been referred to as everybody in. So no changes have been made to homelessness statute to make it mandatory to accommodate all rough sleepers. It has only ever been a request, and throughout the pandemic, we've taken part in regular conference calls with other councils and been in regular contact with our government homelessness advisors. And after that initial request to house all known rough sleepers, the advice changed to advise that we should follow the statutory assessment process for any new subsequent presentations, and that's what we've been doing, and accordingly accommodation has only been offered to subsequent approaches if they meet the eligibility and priority need threshold. We fully complied with the everybody in request, and we sourced accommodation in a number of hotels both in and outside of the borough to cope with the demand, and over the period we've accommodated 34 people in total in hotels since the lockdown began. In terms of the current situation, we've continued to book hotel rooms for rough sleepers, and we've got bookings at the current time up until the end of June. We've had really good success in moving people from hotels into settled accommodation in the private sector, and we've already housed 13 people, and we're continuing to make offers to people through available, suitable and affordable properties in the sector, although that clearly is a challenge for us. We've had a number of refusal of offers. Some haven't even viewed the property, and that again is a challenge because we do not want these people to be returning to sleeping rough on the streets. So at the current time, we've got 23 people in such accommodation. In terms of our homeless applications, that is up slightly compared to last year, 230 at the end of Q4 last year, this year compared to 210 last year, and our acceptances are up as well, about 28%. However, the number of cases we've closed where we've prevented homelessness sits at 81%, so that is that's deemed a success for us. Housing applications have continued to be assessed throughout the lockdown period and are now completely up to date high caseloads, but there is no backlog in terms of housing applications. Mutual exchanges, as lockdown hit, we had a number that had been approved, and they literally just had to sign the documents, the assignment documents, and move, and they've been held up. They've now been approved, and those households have moved, and we've now started processing new mutual exchange applications this week. Obviously, there is going to be a backlog of those, and it'll be a challenge to get those completed, but we've got the resources in place to get those completed within the statutory 42-day timescale. In terms of allocations, we've seen an increase in voids right across our stock. Right at the beginning, we stopped all lettings in our sheltered accommodation to make sure that we were protecting the vulnerable people living in there. But we've started to let now in what we call our open shelter scheme. So not the enclosed schemes, but where they open out onto a street. So we're just starting to let those now. Offers of temporary accommodation have continued throughout the lockdown to ensure that we meet our legal obligations, but they have been for emergencies only, which is potentially domestic abuse cases, or where we are trying to free up the accommodation for true emergencies. General needs properties continued to be advertised during lockdown. So although there was never an intention to let them, we have advertised them and we've pre-allocated them. So we're ready for once the restrictions lifted to help minimise our void rent loss. And there was about 45 tenancies that have been signed up over the last 3 weeks, and another 15 scheduled, and all sign-ups once they're completed. That means we've let all our general needs stock, and that's a total of about 60 properties over the last couple of months. We've put in place temporary sign-up measures so that accommodation can carry on being let. So we've put safe system of work in place so that people can actually come and collect the keys. And we've got a trial for DocuSign starting next week. And if that all goes well, we'll start to use this for garage sign-ups, which means no exchange of paperwork needs to be done in person. So it will just result in us issuing the keys. Successions, assignments and tenancy changes have all continued throughout, so there's no backlog, and sign up for those are taking place at Tyrrell Court next week. In terms of housing management, obviously current point in time, the arrears have increased by about £145,000 during the period of lockdown. We've seen an increase in the number of new UC claims, and we have been, although we clearly haven't been taking any action against people, we have been making calls to our residents, vulnerable residents particularly, offering payment plans and trying to offer them the appropriate support throughout this period. You'll all be aware that the government called a halt to any possession proceedings currently until the 23rd of August. We've increased, as a result of COVID, we've increased our digital payments by about 80%. So that's people either paying on the payment line or paying by card. So that's been a real channel shift that's been a result of them not being able to come in and pay by other methods. And we've been speaking to CAB, and they've got a campaign running, Make Every Penny Count, which we have been promoting to our tenants. It's on our website, and Kathy, the Chief Exec, is coming along to external liaison and partnership meeting tomorrow night to talk to us about the work that they've been doing. In tenancy and estate management, the cleaning contract has continued, so that's across our housing estates, and we've had enhanced cleaning of key contact points. And where they've not been able to clean in some of our corporate buildings, we've redirected those resources, and they've been cleaning the refuse cabs on a daily basis of our waste vehicles. We have seen an increase in rubbish dumping on housing estates across the borough, particularly at the early stages of lockdown. That's starting to ease now that the tips are open again. We've increased across the piece contact with vulnerable residents, tried to keep in touch and make sure that we're looking after tenants' welfare. And staff within the tenancy and estate management team have been an instrumental part of the community hub. carrying out the welfare visits to our most vulnerable residents in the borough. So where they couldn't do their normal day job, they were deployed to that function. In terms of sheltered housing, we made changes to the service ahead of lockdown. Communal areas were put completely out of use to residents, so that's the communal lounges, etc. Laundries have still been available, but with additional cleaning regimes in place. Staff have been mainly off-site, apart from emergencies, and we've been doing weekly health and safety checks. Of course, if there is a genuine emergency, the staff will respond to that, are on site. We've been doing welfare calls to residents each week, and Grant's picked up some of that in his presentation, and the alarm calls clearly continued. The officers have already also been working very closely with social services and health providers to guarantee our residents' welfare, and there's been regular communications going out to tenants to keep them in the loop. In terms of resident involvement, all meetings have been cancelled until further notice, but we have been contacting tenant and leaseholder representatives each week during lockdown, and providing information to them and any changes, etc., making sure we're feeding that through, and also links to activities, etc. So that's been going on for the whole period. The community involvement team, as opposed to the resident involvement team, so with the wider community involvement team, have been heavily involved working in the hub full time and have done an absolutely sterling job in responding to the activities that Grant has spoken about. In addition to that, during lockdown, they've supported a number of community groups with successful funding applications associated with COVID-19 to the sum of about £47,000, and that's big lottery funding, and some of that is around young carers and mental health. In terms of ASB, they have had an increased caseload, and that has been mainly due to managing and enforcing social distancing guidance, where people were breaching the initial guidance, and they had to take 146 actions. So that ranged from warning letters, community protection notices, and they also applied for an injunction application. What has curtailed some of those actions moving forward is suspension of the courts and hearing dates. That's been limited, and we have got one urgent case that we're waiting to get into court. Clearly, we've suspended all evictions due to the government guidelines, and again, they continue to contact vulnerable residents. The Community Safety Hub is operating virtually, and work is being undertaken in readiness for a return. The multi-agency tasking meetings have been taking place. They're very much business as usual in terms of our operational response. We have had to postpone a number of fairly key training sessions, and one was specifically around creating local multi-agency action plans to tackle gangs, violence and weapon crime, and that was to help us to develop a strategy and action plan for the borough, and that has obviously resulted in a slight delay, but we will, as soon as it's safe to do that, we will resume that work. Together for Safer Communities, public meetings and the community safety roadshows have been postponed until further notice. The Pitsea Town Centre radio link launch has been delayed, and we anticipate we will launch that next month. The change in position during lockdown, really, in terms of crime, initially we saw quite a significant reduction in crime, whereas ASB, as I've just spoken about, increased across the borough. Domestic abuse, obviously there's been an awful lot nationally said around response to domestic abuse. We'd seen that the numbers were fairly static in April and May, what we would expect to see, but already in June we've seen quite a significant increase. We've had 28 approaches already in June, and the cases that we're seeing are more complex and require much more joint working. The majority that we have had contact us require legal advice and support rather than they're seeking refuge, although during the last 10 weeks we have assisted 9 clients into refuge. In terms of property services, so that's obviously a service that's been significantly affected, as a large proportion of that work is delivered in tenants' homes, and as lockdown was announced, work that was in progress was either completed or made safe in consultation with the tenant. Emergency repairs that pose a risk to customer safety or further damage to property have continued throughout lockdown, and they will continue to take first priority. We've attempted to continue with our gas and electric safety inspections throughout lockdown, but clearly, as you would expect, access has been difficult due to social isolation and shielding, and people clearly not wanting that increased risk of somebody going into their home, which has resulted in an increase in the number of non-compliant properties. However, as lockdown eases, we've put an action plan in place to make every effort to recover our position, and that includes bringing additional resources on board to increase the number that we carry out on a weekly basis. Where we are undertaking work, we've now got approved safe systems of working that adhere to government guidelines, and that includes full PPE for the tradesperson, mask, gloves, overshoes, training and strict rules around distancing. Void works in general needs properties have continued. Obviously, we haven't been letting them, but we have been getting them ready within revised guidelines, whilst the void works in our sheltered schemes were ceased for the whole period. Repairs that were raised prior to lockdown and placed on hold are now being appointed on a date agreeable to the tenant. That work is carrying out now, and we are now accepting new minor routine repairs, plumbing, carpentry and electrical. They're starting to pick up now, as are some of our external repairs where it's much easier to practice social distancing. The planned project work is being resumed again, where we can still safeguard customers, general public and our trade operatives. And we won't cold call. Visits will only be carried out at the moment where visitors are in agreement and happy for us to do so. Throughout this, contact with the elderly and the risk has been kept to an absolute minimum. The significant cuts that we had to make to this service resulted in our key contractor, Morgan Sindall, furloughing about 65% of their workforce, but they are slowly and gradually bringing them back into the workplace. And as they do so, they are undergoing quite a comprehensive induction and training around the new ways of working. We've continued to make our contractual monthly payments to Morgan Sindall to maintain cash flow to not only Morgan Sindall but to the supply chain, and that will continue this month and will be reconciled in the normal way. Community facilities are directly managed and non-directly managed. Community halls have been closed throughout the period, except for a number of very small permitted reasons, such as allowing the food banks to continue. That really has been the only access has been for building maintenance works, safety inspections, etc. And we're now undertaking a comprehensive building safety check programme in readiness for when we are safely allowed to reopen those centres. And we're supporting early years settings to return to operating from our directly managed centres and offering advice to those non-directly managed. And we have agreed that the blood donation service will restart from the place. Almost there. In terms of public health, our focus has principally reverted to the creation and delivery of the community hub, and responsible office has been working collectively with partners. And I won't go through this slide because Grant has covered all of this in his previous presentation. Just very quickly to speak about the house bill programme. So clearly the impact of COVID has had an effect on our house bill programme, and we think we've probably lost an average of 6 to 7 weeks in programme delivery for those new homes currently on site. And in addition to that, in terms of sales delivery with associated holding costs, but we are very much now in recovery phase and getting back on track with those. So I think that probably will draw it to a close to give members an opportunity for any questions. And particularly, I don't know if Richard was going to pick up in terms of the budget and the finances to date. Clearly, the accommodation for rough sleepers is potentially going to cause a huge budget pressure. We've spent about £182,000 on accommodation until the end of June, and loss of income from rents and service charge, which we hope over a period of time will be fully recoverable. Loss of income from the closure of our community facilities clearly won't be. So that's it from me.
Councillor Turner, do you want to be first to speak, please?
Yeah, I do. And with respect, Chairman, you're failing. You know, we've had a breakneck summary of a whole load of stuff. It's completely useless. Completely useless. Now, come on, guys, this isn't just information. These committees are scrutiny committees as well. And Mrs. O'Shea has gone at breakneck speed through a whole lot of stuff. How the hell are we supposed to, one, retain it, scrutinise it, challenge it? You know, we're not doing our job. You know, we're here for the community. We're not here to side with officers of the council that want to whitewash us and cover up all the stuff that we want to get to. Outrageous. Outrageous. And let me tell you the one thing that is missing. And that is the 9 deaths we've had in sheltered accommodation. Now, Chairman, you were given a briefing back in March, I understand, about all the measures that were being put in place. Now, let me say, I have confidence enough in the officers and members of staff to know they would be thorough. But this is not a cabinet. This is a committee system. We weren't given that information. We weren't shared that information. And we are failing. We are derelict in our duty to hold officers like Mrs. O'Shea to account. Now, we skipped over everything. You can't possibly get, with such a detailed verbal report like that, you can't possibly get to the nuts and bolts of it. And that is outrageous. That is treating me and the rest of the committee with contempt. You had, Mrs. O'Shea, long enough to pull a report together, and you didn't. You avoided it. Now let's come back to the 9 deaths. There are 9 deaths that have happened with our residents in sheltered accommodation. And the officers didn't tell us about it. Now, their reasons for not letting the representatives of the community know was because it happened in hospital. Again, I'll take that at face value, that is the truth. But guys, listen, that is not a call for the officer to make. As soon as we get, there's nothing more important than health and safety. I hope you all agree with that. As soon as an officer was aware that a member of the sheltered accommodation had passed away with COVID, we should have been informed. We should have been told exactly what the circumstances were. We should have been given those facts. They weren't given to us. They were covered up, not once, but 9 times. Our own Gina Andrews is one of them. And I should say here and now, this is an absolute outrage, a tragedy for anybody that has lost a loved one or somebody's passed away in COVID. But we've just had a report there that rushed through a whole lot of stuff. Not once did it mention, not once did it tell any of you or me that we had 9 deaths in sheltered accommodation, of residents in sheltered accommodation.
Councillor Turner, you deserve some answers to some questions, and you get.
I haven't finished yet, Chairman.
Councillor Turner, you will have the right to reply. You've made some very, Councillor Turner. I want to deal with those. Councillor Turner, I want to deal with those very serious allegations you've made. We're going to get Leslie to respond, and then we're going to come back to you. Leslie, can you deal with them? There's two very serious allegations Councillor Turner has made, and the public deserves to know because things can get mistweeted and taken out of context. The first one is, can you talk about these 9 deaths? One, was there 9 deaths? Leslie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't confirm the cause of death. Can you hear me?
No,
you
Leslie,
don't have to.
Were there 9 deaths?
Hello?
Leslie, were there 9 deaths in our sheltered housing schemes?
Yes, we've had a number of deaths over the period of COVID.
Sorry, Leslie, I just want to confirm the number. Were there 9 deaths?
What, from COVID?
Yes. Confirm.
I can't confirm that.
Could you, just for the record, why can you not confirm, please?
Because we don't receive the death certificate. The government brought into play Tell Us Only Once about 9 years ago. And we are told that there has been a death. We don't necessarily get told the cause of that death unless the individual's family provides a death certificate.
So have you had any confirmation of COVID-19 deaths?
We've had 3, and I have confirmed that, and I'm happy to share that information with the entire committee. I provided a response to a member of the committee, which I wanted to share, but I haven't had confirmation back, but I'm happy to share that post this committee.
Okay, so just for the record, we have 9 deaths within our sheltered housing schemes where we are the landlord. We do not provide the care package. 3 are confirmed COVID-19 deaths. To follow on from that point, have we breached any rules? Have we done everything to the letter?
In my view, yes, we have.
Right, Councillor Turner, you may
right, let me just tell you something. I've got an email from Leslie O'Shea to Councillor Headley saying there are 9 deaths of sheltered accommodation. 9 deaths, okay, so now it's 3. Secondly, Chairman, you're missing the point. It's not for us to say to officers, are we doing everything we should be doing? That's the point we start out. When there's a death such as this, as we've had in the past, the first thing you do is you alert councillors. You alert them, not just the committee members. You say it's unfortunate, but we've had a death from COVID of a resident, wherever they may be, including shelter accommodation. Now, the next steps for this committee would be to convene. And the reason is because we owe it to our electorate. Yeah, you can look like that, Councillor Gordon. You absolutely don't get it.
Talk to me.
Right, Chairman. What Councillor Gordon's not getting is this.
Councillor Turner, talk to me.
We have scrutiny. We have scrutiny. We are, if you like, the scrutineers for the resident. Now, it would be... I just think we're failing in our duty for us to get back together on the first death and go through all of those steps that the housing officers have put in place. If not for any other matter than to satisfy ourselves that we're doing everything we can. Like I've just explained, the verbal report we've had, we can't make anything of it. We should be having a written report so we can satisfy ourselves that things are in place. And this isn't politics. This isn't Labour and Conservative. This is good governance. And the governance is shot here. I cannot believe through all of that, not once did Mrs. O'Shea tell us that there had been a death of a resident in sheltered accommodation through COVID. We've had the cover up. This is a whitewash. And this just can't be allowed to happen, Chairman. It's on your watch, and this is not going to go down well.
Councillor Turner, can I say respectfully, if you think the council's done anything wrong, then you need to go to local government ombudsman. I want to.
No, it's not about wrong. It's not about wrong or right. It's about scrutiny of the process.
I'm speaking.
For crying out loud.
Councillor Turner. Councillor Turner, I am speaking. If you think there is one failing, you personally are duty bound to take that to the local government ombudsman. Councillor Turner, you will listen.
You're not getting it.
Councillor Turner,
wrong. It's about
Sarah, can you silence Councillor Turner while I speak?
Oh, for God's sake. Chairman, listen,
keep
I know you don't
interrupting.
understand this.
Keep interrupting. This is very
I know you don't
serious.
understand this, but
Why
we're
don't you
doing
listen?
this for
Why
the
do you not
residents.
just listen, just for once? People are crying over this, and you're just acting like so stupid. And I would like to speak.
No, let's show respect.
Councillor
You
Dates.
mustn't use the word
think
stupid.
you're
You
like
mustn't
a
use the word
buffoon,
stupid.
Chairman.
No, let's show
You're
respect.
absolute buffoonery.
Let's show respect. Can we
Well,
have democratic
people watching who've lost,
sure
to
that
people watching who've lost someone through COVID-19,
appropriate language.
really impressed with certain members of this
Are we
council.
going to go to the ombudsman and say you've
Right,
got it all
Sarah,
wrong? No.
Sarah, I am the chairman. Can you silence all members while I speak?
Start acting like it.
Well, if you stop interrupting
Start
and
acting
making
like
yourself
it.
look really uncaring and no consideration.
I'm the only one
Sarah,
on this committee,
Sarah,
apart from
last time
David,
now,
that is.
I want this silenced. Right. Have we got
I'm the one
silence?
that is caring, because you're certainly not.
Sarah, am I speaking a different language? I would like this meeting muted so I can speak, please. Thank you. Now, if you feel, Councillor Turner, there is a failing, you are duty bound to go to local government ombudsman. You are duty bound to go to other national government bodies and the county council. Basildon Council is the landlord. 2, when people sadly pass on, if they want it public knowledge, they will. Why should ward councillors be informed and brought into the public grief when someone's dying? Why should they?
I'll answer that when you're ready.
Councillor Turner, be quiet.
I'll answer it when you're ready. You're asking me a question. I'll answer it.
Sarah, I keep asking. I would like Councillor Turner muted. Sarah, have you muted Councillor Turner?
Yeah,
she's doing it all the
I
time.
did mute Councillor Turner, but he turns back on again.
I'm just
Nothing I can do
unmuting
about
it.
that, I'm afraid.
Well, do you know what, Councillor Turner? We could have had a very serious debate tonight. A very serious debate. But unfortunately, you've come here tonight to play politics. You've accused officers.
Chairman, it's not
without,
politics.
No, Councillor Turner. You have accused officers without one shred of proof. You are sitting here in your living room
everything,
making
anything.
terrible accusations.
I haven't
Even
accused
trying
them
to
of
shout over
anything.
me because you've been
Don't
called
play
out. So
politics then, Chairman.
do you know
Do
what,
the right
Councillor
thing by
Turner?
the resident
Councillor Turner,
and try
you just demonstrated.
work on their
Councillor
behalf.
Turner, you have demonstrated to the world
You
what your
are a complete
faults are
buffoon.
on this tragedy.
You
It's
aren't
not
representing your
to play
community.
petty party
And all you
politics.
are doing is trying to whitewash a load
Councillor
of
Turner,
the German, because
no, Councillor Dads. Councillor Dads, actually, he was people's pulling up other people's words. You just heard him say whitewash.
It is a whitewash. We've heard
Oh,
it
there we
tonight.
go. See, there we go. This is the sincerity of the Conservative Party.
No,
Now,
it's the
Councillor-
failure of you, Chairman.
Sarah, just keep the mute button on, please.
£15,000 you take off of the taxpayer, and you
Sarah,
can't even do the
Councillor
job.
Turner,
You
you've
can't
had
do
your
the
say.
job, Chairman.
Councillor Sarah,
15,000.
can we
You
mute?
keep taking the money.
Chairman, I can turn the mute button on, but Councillor Turner can turn it back on
Right.
again. I mean, I
So
think
I'm ever so sorry, members. Do you know what? I lost my grandfather through this poxy COVID-19. My mother's father, yeah, stuck in a care home in another borough. And I have a Councillor Turner, not one shred of evidence, is trying to paint this picture that local authorities are abusing our vulnerable residents without a shred of proof.
No, I'm not.
And you know what, Councillor Turner? People are watching this. People are watching this.
all the
And
time.
Councillor Turner, and it's
You're a
just made
liar.
Councillor Turner,
You
just for once
are
in
a
your
liar.
life, just be quiet.
You are a
Just be
liar.
quiet.
Stop lying.
Be quiet.
Stop lying.
Be quiet.
Stop lying.
Councillor Turner,
Stop
just
lying.
listen to
Can we have
yourself.
some order from the
There are
officers?
tears
Can the
on
officers
people's
take control,
pillows.
please? Can the officers take control? Because it's abusive and we mustn't be doing this.
I agree, Councillor Dads. It is
We've
being
adjourned.
abusive.
I agree.
We've adjourned down.
Councillor Dads, I'm the chairman of this committee. I appreciate
like
your
it.
interventions, but I've now got to the stage. People are watching this and they can't believe it. We're in a national crisis, an absolute national crisis. There are people in every street, tears on the pillow, they've lost someone.
We should be able to talk about deaths, though.
Dads, I'm speaking. I'm being very respectful. My view is this. this meeting needs to be suspended. So Councillor Turner can cool his heels down.
Cool yours down. I'm cool.
No, you are not, Councillor Turner.
I'm very cool.
You have made a complete disgrace of a completely serious situation.
Chairman, I'll tell you the disgrace.
Councillor Turner, you just keep doing
that
this.
you, as a chairman, are not picking up
Can
the
officers
issue.
take control, please?
No,
That's the
Councillor
disgrace.
Turner.
That's the
Councillor
disgrace.
Bates, please be quiet. Paula, did you want to say something? Sorry, Paula, we can't hear you. Paula, we can't get a word of that. No.
Take the audio off, Paula. Take the audio off. Sorry, the visual, and then you might get the audio working.
Sarah, any response from Paula?
Your mic is on. Your mic is not on.
Sorry, I can see her there. She's obviously had trouble with sound. The only word I made out was respectful, but hopefully we'll get some sound from her at some point.
To the governance officer, is it possible that we can communicate with the lawyer to take off the video and just go onto the mic, and it might improve the connectivity?
Yeah, I think Paula should be able to hear that.
No joy, Sarah?
No.
It's just texting, I think, on the phone.
Right, Sarah. This is members. This is a very serious situation, and this is not being dragged into this political bar scenario. It's not acceptable.
It's not political.
Councillor Turner, just for once, just one time.
Then make some serious comments.
Time. Let me speak. When
right, go on, then.
when you made some very serious allegations, I challenged that officer. This is very serious. Now, I am not allowing this to be this debased. Therefore, this meeting will be adjourned. Right?
No, it shouldn't be.
No,
it shouldn't be.
Councillor Turner, that vote's left. If you cannot act like an elected member of this council and we have a sensible conversation, we're going to get nowhere.
Chairman, you need to look at yourself in the mirror.
See, there we go, Councillor Turner. Instead of going, okay,
Chairman, can we remove Councillor Turner from the meeting for being disruptive?
No,
this is making us pass that democratic process.
I'm trying to have a debate with the chairman.
Sarah, I beg to move that is put to the question. Those in favour?
No, we haven't.
You can't whitewash this. You've got to see this through.
No,
this is a serious.
No. Sarah, you everyone.
Governance officer intervene, because if you want to, fine.
Sarah, that's it. The meeting is cancelled, postponed for tonight until the opposition acts like the opposition.
You are a disgrace.
And we can have a sensible conversation
about
a very serious matter.
With respect, I don't think either of you can, because this is getting quite embarrassing for those that are watching. They'll be disgraced at the way that this committee is being done at the moment, because all these
Mr. Woods, people speak to their answers. Sarah, Mr. Woods, Councillor Turner.
If we're going to adjourn the meeting, sorry, Chairman.
We shall adjourn the meeting until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
No, I'm working.
We'll need to sort out a date that's convenient, but you'll need to vote on that, please. Can you vote on the adjournment, please?
I second it.
Yes, because it's getting embarrassing.
I second the adjournment. I second the adjournment.
Can you be clear why we're adjourning the meeting, please?
To get some decorum back onto this committee.
There's decorum already, Chairman.
Now, I think we should adjourn so that to have all members can just take some time to reflect on the item so that we can have proper debate at another time. It's 10:30. It is a serious matter. We're talking about loss of lives,
yes,
COVID-19 and shared accommodation. And I want to make sure we have that proper debate. So I second the motion to adjourn to another date specified convenient for all members to participate.
No, it will be convenient for the chairman.
All of us.
All of us.
So we've got a choice here tonight. We can carry on and grill officers as councillors should do, or we can have what we've had, Councillor Turner. What do you prefer?
I want to go on. I want to go on tonight. I think this is a serious matter, right, Chairman? With respect, let me have my say without cutting across me. There's no. You jump to conclusions. If you had listened, I said I absolutely have confidence in the officers and the staff of what they've put together. The issue is this: we had some deaths. At the very least, members here should satisfy themselves. Now, if you want to go back and look at that, that was what I said. There was no accusation. There was no damning. You put words into my mouth. It's not what I said. What I was saying is, we found out, we understood there was 9 deaths of residents in sheltered accommodation. At the very least, we should have been notified. At the very least, we should have had an emergency meeting. We should have got together and we should have satisfied ourselves, because then if anybody asks outside of this committee, we can tell them how confident we are in the measures that we've put together in the sheltered accommodation. That is the issue, but we didn't. We weren't told about any deaths.
Everything seems to have frozen.
Mr. Woods, because of the Zoom, can you let Councillor Turner speak, please?
It's okay. We weren't told about any deaths. Yeah, now that is outrageous. We've got the CEO issuing these nice, friendly statements, but never once did we get this mentioned. One death is a tragedy too much. We've had 9, and there's been 40,000 across the country. We're all agreed on that. This is about governance. This is about principle. And as I said before, this isn't politics. This is about the way we run our council and the way we discharge our responsibilities for our community. Straight away, you've hyped it up to being political. It isn't. And we've got the stuff tonight. I would like a written report on everything that's been said tonight, so that we can again scrutinise. We don't have a scrutiny committee. We are supposed to be it. Yet we're given verbal report after verbal report. You can't take it all in and ask some serious questions that challenge the officers on pinch points that we know will be around. And again, it's not to catch officers out, it's to challenge them. It's to challenge them on what they're doing on our behalf. And who knows, we might even find something that we can tighten up on. I would have loved to have heard all of the stuff that we've put in place on sheltered accommodation. Because having dealt with that organisation, I'm pretty sure it's thorough. But we were denied that opportunity. And for a report tonight to come to this committee without mentioning any deaths in sheltered accommodation, that is outrageous. Chairman, over to you.
Councillor Golden, do your mic.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I think the important thing to highlight here is that, as I said earlier on, COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on our communities. I'm sure we all know someone who's been affected by it, or perhaps we've lost someone we love dearly. You know, a considerable amount of people in this country have died because of this virus, and you know, it's a tragedy that it's very difficult to put into words. I think a couple of points I have is first of all, the use of the word cover up is quite concerning to me. I have utmost respect for our officers, and I do not think at any point our officers would cover up such tragedy. And I think to suggest as such is quite concerning. And as you said, Chairman, if there are concerns about cover-ups, they need to be taken through the appropriate channels. But I firmly will defend our officers and our councillors, that certainly there's been no cover-up. In terms of deaths, again, hugely tragic set of individual circumstances. We have to be very careful because it's the coroner that has the duty to explore explore circumstances around deaths. And we have to be very cautious that even if, that we wanted to bring that to committee, even if we felt that was the right thing to do, it's the coroner's job, and we have to be very careful that we're not interfering with the action of the coroner. I think Councillor Turner's points around the measures taken in sheltered accommodation and to ensure those measures were robust and responsive, I think they're reasonable questions, and I'm sure our officers will give an in-depth overview of what measures were taken in sheltered accommodation to protect its residents. And I think that's absolutely something that we as members can scrutinise. I think it's also worth drawing into account that our officers have been working flat out over the last few months to respond to this pandemic. Creating such a monumental report, yes, I can appreciate that Councillor Turner and others might wish to see the details, but I think my priority as a member is ensuring our officers can get on with the business of responding to this pandemic. And I think they've done an absolutely fantastic job of doing that. There will be a time for scrutiny, and there will be questions for all our agencies, the police, the ambulance service, our national government, local councils, but we're still in the middle of it. Now is not the time to be hauling people over the coals. Now is the time to be asking questions, and I think that's reasonable. But for in-depth scrutiny of what's been happening, our officers are working flat out, and I think it would be completely irresponsible to ask them to divert time, effort, energy, and attention onto preparing in-depth reports for us to scrutinise and sacrificing actually doing the business and responding to this pandemic. So whilst I think it's fair that we ask questions about the measures taken to protect our residents in sheltered accommodation, and I think that's reasonable, and I think that's something I'm sure we can look at, I think it's not reasonable for us as a committee to look at, explore and discuss circumstances around individuals' death. That is a private matter, and that's a matter that is investigated by the coroner, and that is not for us as a committee of politicians to arbitrate. So I hope my remarks have come across as fairly balanced, and I hope we can continue this debate in the spirit of candour, in the spirit of actually wanting to do the best for our residents, and also in the spirit of actually recognising that our officers have been under tremendous pressure, and they've done a fantastic job. And I certainly do not believe for a second that our officers are being engaged in any sort of cover-up. And I think that's an insult personally to them and the work that they've done for this council.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon. And if we can carry on in this vein where everyone listens, we may disagree or agree, we will get through this very sensitive subject in the most appropriate manner. Councillor Dads, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I think if we were to look back on this committee meeting, I think what is important that we are entitled without interruption to be heard. It might be free speech, it might be unpalatable, but then if everyone gets a chance and not interrupting, then it makes it much more easy and free. You may not have to agree. Look, I'm troubled by this report, this update report, because the officer spent from 9:45 to 10:05 giving us an oral update on many issues, 20 minutes. And really, it should have been put to paper. the update, and then we could have then read it in advance. The officer did say the next slide. So she has a slide in front of her because if she referred, I'm not going to cover that slide. So obviously she has a presentation. She's reading from a slide that could have been shared in advance. And I think it is important. We've got some very serious issues here to discuss, and I'm going to cover just a couple of them because but we may have to come back to this. Look, I'm going to deal with maybe two main issues. The first is about rough sleepers. I'm concerned that we still had a number of individuals that were put through the statutory test to show their connection. I received a correspondence from a charity organisation saying the council were requiring identification documents of a rough sleeper, and they couldn't produce it because of their personal circumstances, and therefore they were refused assistance from the council. And I tried to help them in the way that they wanted me to help them. The issue is that whilst we are being told that 34 people were assisted, we're not told how many people were not assisted. And you know, now's the time we're having a discussion. We have that discussion now. We're putting through a number of 45 days to help some people with a temporary accommodation. We need to be expediting where we can. I know, and I've been communicated today, we had a fire in Billericay, and we have a number of residents, elderly, 70 plus, that are really troubled at the moment, being put into a hotel, and that what steps are we taking to assist them get this rough time. In relation to rough sleepers, obviously normally churches together would be providing some help and assistance at this time, and they don't have it because of the current crisis. We really must be doing everything we can and not turning people away. In relation to the issue about sheltered accommodation, I'm going to cover that, hopefully without interruption. Firstly, I think Philip mentioned a name of a resident that may have succumbed, and I don't know if he did, but he mentioned a name, and that's why I think we shouldn't mention names, because if it is true, I'm saddened, because that's the first time I've heard about it, and it's a bit shocking to hear. So, you know, I think we have to be very careful. I'm not going to repeat the name again, but you know, I'm quite sad to hear that, and I don't really want to hear it in this forum because it's not really the right place. I am troubled that we have had a number of deaths in our accommodation. It may be 9, maybe more, because it's suspected COVID is being put at the moment because there were no proper tests at the time, and so it's going to be difficult to really understand. But I think we shouldn't be saying, well, if you've got an issue with it or you've got concern, you've got to run off to the local government ombudsman. That's not right for committee members. If I've got a concern, I bring it here because I'm a member of the council and this is a member of this committee, and we have a committee structure. This is where I raise my issues if we are not fulfilling our role, that, as I understand, as a community leader, a function. Yeah. So Councillor Smith asked about, are there any rules broken? But we're not. That is too a simplistic view. We are a landlord. We are a social landlord. We're a council. We're not a private organisation. We have tenants reps here. Now, at the end of the day, we have a duty to our community. And as a social landlord, we would need to make sure that we have a duty to care to the other occupants. So if someone has passed or succumbed to COVID-19, we need to know that that's happened or suspected and take further steps as a landlord to ensure communal areas are clean, the key buttons, whether you press the button to get into your accommodation, the communal areas are clean. Now, all that thing has to be done to make sure we're protecting and fulfilling our duty as a landlord, but also a social landlord to our tenants and the welfare. We're not just bricks and mortar, we're about people and community. So I think the point that Philip raises, and maybe through frustration, is not expressing it as clearly. But as I understand it, you know, it's an important matter. And if someone has succumbed to COVID-19 and people have been dying in our premises, in our community, this committee, as being a housing and community committee, should be updated and involved to make sure we're making the right decisions at the right time. And I know officers are doing their best, but this is not a council, this is not an officer-led council. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for member involvement. We are here because we are part of the decision-making process. We have a role to play to protect and safeguard our citizens, our community. And during the national emergency, it's more important that we are involved. Otherwise, to exclude us means that there is no function for the council, the councillors. Look, I think I've raised this already, and I'm troubled by it. I know on the 18th of March, there was a briefing note given to the leader regarding some of the deaths in our care homes. That's almost 3 months ago. This committee has not met, not discussed and not debated. And I think residents will be concerned to know that actually there were briefing notes. Councillors were being briefed, but this committee has been sidestepped. We didn't, I only found out because of writing and asking for an update. And I don't think, because I was asked by a resident a question, I raised that question and I got a response, and I go back to my resident. I shouldn't have to share my communications that I have with a resident. That's private. But I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, you know, if the leader of the council is updated, and I assume that you may be updated, I don't know, but really this committee should be updated, and that we should be involved in the decision-making process, even if it's oversight. It's not overburdensome. You can't say it's too, you know, we are inconvenient. We will be slowing down the process. Officers won't be able to do their job. No, because there was already a briefing note. It could have been circulated to members to keep us up to date. And we could have done our duty by having one of these virtual meetings, if need be, to discuss the issue, if it was required. Look, we know that there has been 9 deaths, and we only find out by not through this committee. And I think when Philip says, and I don't know if this is what he means, but when he says a cover-up, I mean, I don't like that word, and I'm sorry, Philip, but I think how I would say is that there's been a failure in communication and engagement with this committee. And that, because that's happened, and during this briefing note of update, there's been no mention of it, the public would never have known about the issue, would not know about what steps we're taking. Because there may be some people out there that are genuinely concerned about what have we done about our shelter schemes. We have, I think, if I remember rightfully being told, we have something like 40, let me just have a quick look, 47 schemes. And we know that those over 70 are more receptacle or vulnerable. And there will be a lot of people out there wondering what steps we are taking to protect those in our community. And so I think it is right that we discuss it here and debate it. And look, I'm troubled at the way that we're receiving the information. And I think we should have had a report before today. And as I say, 20 minutes of oral presentation, talking from slides, we should have had a report before now about some of those matters. And we could have read it in advance and maybe then had some further questions. Thank you for allowing me to speak without interruption. But as I say, I think it's unsatisfactory, and I hope that we can learn from this, and maybe the next update we get, it is in writing. That is my comments.
Councillor Dads, I'll come to you in a moment, Councillor Golden. I may disagree with most, not all, but a percentage of what you said.
Disagree or agree, I can't hear you.
But can you hear me now, Councillor Dads?
It's very quiet, but carry on. Sorry, what did you say?
I may disagree with a percentage of what you've said, but can I thank you for your statesman-like approach to this? Now, once this lockdown started, council business was taken up by the Staffing Matters committee, which is the emergency committee. I attend that with the leader of the opposition, and the deputy leader of the opposition. At not one time on these fortnightly meetings, every fortnight through the crisis, we've had emergency staffing matters meetings. Councillor Callaghan, the leader, pressed all members, is there anything you want to discuss? Councillor Baggott and Councillor Blake brought up some other sensible items. Not one opportunity has any representative of your group raised about the actually 3 COVID-19 deaths. The 6 deaths we know nothing about. Not one opportunity. Nothing has been said. We come to a briefing tonight of officers. You have this bee in your bonnet that there's 9 COVID deaths when we know for sure there are 3. The other 6, I don't know. And every one of those deaths is a terrible tragedy, and I think we're all agreed on that.
Yes.
But complaining about stuff, we're not in the wrong. And as I said earlier, when I was debating with Councillor Turner, if you think there is any failings, any member, regardless of your political persuasion, is obliged to take it to an outside body. Get an outside person to look in. We are caring landlords in our sheltered housing scheme. We don't provide any care packages. That is the county council. Now, Leslie, is there any points you wish to pick up in Councillor Dadd's statement?
Councillor, can I ask a question of you?
You may.
Is it right, though, as a member here, I'm a member of this committee, is it right that I can raise these points that I've raised tonight because I do have concerns? Or are you saying I should not raise it here?
Anyone who's got any concerns of people's welfare, raise it anywhere, raise it everywhere. You're looking out for residents. That's what all members should do. Any officer, any employee, we want to keep people safeguarded and safe. And I think this is why it's been a heated debate, because these are our constituents. These are the people we look out for. When these people in sheltered housing phone up councillors and go, bins ain't been picked up, or this problem or that problem, we care for them. Now, Leslie, did you want to pick up on anything on what Councillor Dadd said in his statement, please? Just giving you the right of reply.
No, I mean, I would say each of the committees have been asked to provide an update on the COVID-19 impact on their services. And you're right, Councillor Dadd, I was reading from a piece of paper that I've written on tonight. I called it a slide, but I've got it here. So it's something that I've pulled together. And the reason it was a verbal report is because it has been so very, very busy. I think there was a recognition that it would be very difficult. Plus the report's already so in advance of a committee that it's not relevant at the moment. It's so dynamic. It's not relevant by the time we get to committee. So that has the agreement to give a verbal report is right across the whole committee structure. So I've just done in accordance with that. And obviously you say that the particular responses that I've provided to you are not relevant for other members specifically, but I'm happy to pull some of the relevant information out of that on the facts. There's a whole raft of measures which Elsie will be able to confirm that we have taken in sheltered, and it's been quite difficult at times because we've wanted to keep people safe. We've closed communal areas. And some residents are very keen to get back into those communal areas, particularly the external ones. So it has been a battle between doing the right thing to keep people safe, but also thinking about people's health and well-being. So I'm happy to share that information, which will provide committee members with the facts on what we actually know. And we have had a number of deaths across schemes. And as Councillor Smith has just said, 3 we know were related to COVID. The others we don't know. We haven't got the death certificate on those, but they were all on different schemes in different areas of the borough. So every single part of the borough was affected. But I'm happy to share that with members if that would help.
Councillor Dadd, do you want to follow up on what Leslie O'Shea has said?
Just very quickly, Leslie, I didn't say that the content's not relevant. What I've said is that my communication, a resident question and communication with the officer is in effect a constituency issue or ward issue, and that communication I keep to myself. If you want to take any information you want and share it, that's fine. But I don't think I should have to share my correspondence.
No, I agree. That's why I was trying to contact you to speak to you about that, because I would have liked to have shared that information ahead of tonight. I thought it would be helpful, but I'll do it post the meeting and share that the relevant detail with members so that they have that. I'm more than happy if there are particular areas or services that you want covering when we do the next report in September. Please let me know. It was at the end of. Sorry, it's been a long meeting this evening and I was last on the agenda, and I accept it was quite a gallop through an awful lot of information. I could have spent hours talking about what's happened over the last 2 months. So more than happy if some specific service areas to provide that for you.
Leslie, sorry, I know you responded and I hadn't quite just finished, but look, there's no, I know you're well intended and you're doing your best, but us as members, we sometimes will say that we want things done in a different way, and we'll have to just agree to disagree. But give some of these issues of rough sleeping, or as you say, gas inspections, or whatever they may be, there are ongoing issues. So if there was in effect a template showing those and updating the report, because I know you've been doing weekly briefings, so some of these matters could have been put onto a briefing, and this morning you could have done the final update and everyone got a circulation. Now we'll have to agree to disagree how it's been presented, and I understand that you've been working very hard with your colleagues, but you're working hard, we're trying to also do our job, and it is difficult to do our job if we get an oral update for 20 minutes. And I think that it's a fair comment for us to make, but we also accept what you're saying. So I think we just need to learn from that and try to work together for the better of the community.
Agreed.
Thank you. Before I go on to the next speaker, also in your comments, because obviously keeping our vulnerable safe from COVID-19 is very important, and that's where the crux of this debate has been. You raised the issue of the homeless situation. When the lockdown first started, the government did intervene. It did provide some funds. And then as the lockdown started to be eased in April, I believe, Leslie will correct me if I'm wrong, that funding was pulled. Now, in my own ward, there's been situations where people have been living in the park homeless. I've spoken to officers at the council, as any councillor could and should, and St Mungers has been out to help to try and find property in the private sector. But you'll agree, it's very difficult, and it's a pity the funding from central government was so abruptly cut off. And hopefully, David, Councillor Dad, you get on fairly well with Mr Barron MP. Maybe you could bring that up with him, because for you to bring this up, obviously you're quite passionate about the homelessness situation. Maybe we could have one of your persuasive conversations with Mr John Barron MP. I think everyone would be quite grateful in the borough for some external assistance to help all local authorities deal with the homeless crisis in this situation. Now, my vice chairman has been very patient, and he did wish to come back. Councillor Gordon, and then I'm going to go Councillor.
No, it's not necessarily coming back. It's just a question of clarification for Councillor Dads. He mentioned a briefing note, and he said it was a briefing note on care homes. Could I just clarify whether it was a briefing that the leader received on care homes, or whether it was a briefing note the leader received on sheltered accommodation? I think that's
on sheltered accommodation.
So you're saying that the leader had this briefing in March time? Was that, sorry, what time frame did you say they received?
On the 18th of March, the leader of the council received a briefing note in relation to our sheltered accommodation schemes and the COVID-19 deaths, related suspected deaths. I'm being told no, but obviously I'm happy to be corrected. I understood a briefing note was given, and that within that briefing note, they would have been told that we'd had a death. But if I'm incorrect, then I'm happy to be corrected by the officer.
And that was a no, Leslie, for the public record.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, you have the floor.
Are you saying that the office, the councillors were never told? Or that briefing note
about, the briefing note, I haven't got that document in front of me. The briefing note at that point, we hadn't had any death.
Leslie, you there? You've gone on quiet.
So that's about
Yeah, I'm here.
I'll deal with it outside of the meeting, but Councillor Gordon, thank you for clarifying. But obviously the letter I've got implies that the leader was getting updates in relation to the now sheltered accommodation, but I'll...
Yeah, he was. He was. Yeah, I'll pick it up with you outside of the meeting.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Leslie, for your report. That was very detailed. I know it was a lot of information, and I know how incredibly hard you and your team of officers have worked over the last few months in particular, and then also dealing with incidents like we saw at Queen's Park last Monday evening. And while we consider it to be late having a meeting at 11 o'clock at night, I know this is also considered early for you and your team, given the number of hours that you have all put in over the last few months. And I think it's right as councillors that we acknowledge tonight and appreciate the efforts that you've all put in into this work. Each individual death is a tragedy, and it's none more so for those families that are affected. And I repeat the comments that I made earlier on, that my thoughts are with those families that have lost their loved ones over this period, and they're also private to those families, and we don't have all the information that the coroner would have, and we're not able to share that. I also know that the incidents and the response over the last few months has been very fast moving, from morning to afternoon, with different changes that need to be made, and I think it's right that we as councillors support that response and give you as much flexibility to respond to a fast moving situation as much as we possibly can, but with the time and the opportunity for scrutiny, which I think we've now got here. Looking at the agenda for tonight, this is a standing item on the work programme going forward, and something for the committee to take back after today's meeting is around the process and the format that tonight's review takes place. But I repeat the view from my colleague Councillor Gordon earlier on, that I trust the work that you have done over the last few months implicitly. I know how incredibly hard that you've all worked. There will be a time for review, just like there will be a review that takes place in every local authority and at a national level. And that's where we need to make sure that we find those answers to those questions that are being asked. Yes, we check and challenge along the way. I'm not saying that we abdicate the responsibility, so of course we don't. But we have an opportunity for a full review. And the issues that have been spoken about tonight don't just affect us in Basildon. It's a much wider issue than that, and they're challenges that are going on in every local authority in every area across the country. And the government will have its own review that goes on. So from me, thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Mr. Woods, you have the floor. Mr. Wood?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of information in a short space of time, and sort of got mixed feelings regarding what everyone has said. But yes, perhaps it would have been nice to have the information beforehand. But I know that Leslie's been working hard, and just got to think that the time we're in at the moment is very, very different to what anyone would class as normal. So it can't be easy, but I do agree it would have been nice to have had the information before. Thank you.
Mrs. French. Mrs. French.
Yeah, I'm here. Can I just sort of defend Leslie on the sheltered housing with the people that died with COVID? We actually had a husband and wife who died of COVID in here, and they had sent out the cleaning team that come and sterilise the hallways and lobbies and everything like that. We had the husband die first. After a couple of days going in hospital, his wife was taken in a week later, and she died the following week with it. And each time they'd come around in their white suits and were sterilising everywhere. So, I mean, we wouldn't have known if it hadn't been actually for the family that mentioned it. And one of the sons had come round to empty the flat and say, well, you better stay away from me because I'm COVID. He is also in hospital, but he's not, we don't know whether he's still around or not. And so action was taken to make sure that, you know, that we were made safe. So, you know, like, I don't know how many people have died in sheltered housing. You know, I know a couple of people, whether it was COVID or whether it was underlying COVID, whether it's underlying diseases that have gone on. I mean, we don't know. And unless we're told, or unless the family come up and tell us, we're not going to know this. And to sort of attack people and say, you know, like, you should have had that information. We didn't get that information, and we wouldn't have got that information. It was only once we was told by the family member that I actually made contact with the sheltered housing manager and told her about it. And then that's when they found out about it. So, you know, like, to pick hairs about it, you know, like, it's a bit silly, really, because there's people out there all over the place that are dying with underlying illnesses that are with COVID underlying on it. It's not necessarily a COVID illness. I mean, I know that the lady that had it, she had was cancer. She had cancer and was given like 3 months to live. But her husband went in hospital a week before that, and he only had a fall. But then it turned out that he had COVID, and that's when they found out that she'd got it. So, you know, like, it's a bit harsh to sort of attack the officers when they're there helping and making sure that we're safe. I live in sheltered, so I know what actions are being taken, and I know that they're coming around sterilising the stairwells and the handles and everything, even though we do it ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mrs. French. Can I ask you a question? You speak exactly as you find. You won't cause any offence to anyone. Do you feel comfortable where you're living during this outbreak?
Yeah, I feel quite safe. I mean, we do social distancing. We do go out in the garden, but we sit around in the chairs. We like being out in the garden anyway. Our halls we're not allowed to use. We still can use the laundry, but we're like a little community that making sure that every one of us are all right. We have got vulnerable people here, and people that can go out shopping, we go out shopping for them. We've had the food people come in and give other people that are told that they've got to have self-isolation, can't go out. We've had a guy that has his medication delivered. There was a problem with that at first because he has morphine, and so they weren't allowed to pick it up. So he got in contact with the shelter people that got that all sorted out so they could pick up this medication, because the chemist wouldn't let it go because he wasn't a relative. So there was a problem there, but it got sorted. And I know that a lot of things, if we phone up about anything, they're there at the end of the phone. They come and they make phone calls to us. We have they come and do their weekly checks, you know, to make sure everything's okay. If we have an issue, we let them know that we've got an issue and they get it sorted.
Thank you, Mrs. French. And just one last question, because you've got the whole committee here, you've got the officers, right? And it's, you say what you want. No one think any less or more. We just want to hear the truth. Is there anything else the council can do to help the people in the sheltered housing?
Well, no. I don't really think that there's anything else that they could do, because at the end of the day, if we make a phone call to them or any other things, they're there at the end of the line, you know, and if we've got an issue, it is soon sorted. You know, it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, I had a thing of bees on the come up, and I phoned up and they got them removed because I had a hive of bees that decided to land on a hanging basket. That was removed. If we've got health and safety issues, some of the things that we pick up on health and safety, it's not always picked up, but we do get it sorted in the end. Yeah, I don't have no problem.
Thank you for that, Mrs. French. And I would just like to put it on the public record. If there's any problems, you contact me, you contact the officers. We'll do what we can, and of course your local ward councillors. Briefly wrap up this point, because we all care about this. We've all got our own views, and the fact was, when this lockdown came in, it was sudden, it was fast. No local authority was prepared. We hit the ground running, as we've heard earlier, first in Essex to get the community hub off the ground. We have done everything superhumanly possible, thanks to our officer corps and Leslie O'Shea's team and Grant Taylor's team, to protect our vulnerable from this storm called COVID-19. It is a tragedy, every person we lose. But as a council, I strongly feel we have not failed.
Well, Chair, could I come to...
No, Councillor Turner, we're not having round two. We're not having round two.
Well, everybody else has spoken more than once. And
Councillor Turner.
Well, it's another day for democracy.
Councillor Turner, please.
You will not let people speak. This is supposed to be free-flowing discussion.
Councillor Turner, you're not letting anyone speak.
Why can't I speak?
Because I'm wrapping up as chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Disgraceful.
As I was saying, so right. Sorry about that interruption. Right, members. So we've got through this. Our leader, our chief executive, have been having regular meetings with government ministers, depending on the issue. We've put party politics to one side as a council, with the national government and the local authority and the county, and we've done well. And I would just like to say that if any officers feel any member of the council has taken unfairly to task, then I think they're wrong. I think you've done well. And if I thought there was any issue with the provision of care, which is applied by the county council, I would be the first one as a county councillor jumping up and down. So, I'd like to thank members' patience. It's been a bit of a tough one, this one, purely because we care, we have our own view, we have our own angle, but right through the start of this lockdown, this council has kept them fortnightly emergency meetings. If members of the opposition felt this was a burning issue, why was it not brought forward? That's my final point. So there's no need for a vote on the recommendation, is there, Sarah? Sarah?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Just a bit more longer, members and officers. We're going on to the work programme update. Is there any comments? I'll just go through members' names. Councillor Dads?
Oh man, I'm just turning to my page.
Okay.
No, I think we've got an update regarding the COVID impact assessment on the 15th September. But given the discussion tonight, I think we ought to have that in a written report if we can, please.
Well, what I would say to you, Councillor Dads, is that if the lockdown is eased off, and I'm hoping so, it's looking good, we're going to hopefully be able to do VJ Day. And of course, we're going to want members' input, because obviously we want to make sure it's safe and get as many people involved. So to be able to do that, we will have to have a meeting of this committee. And if we can do this late July, early, mid-July, whatever, then I think that would be a good time to bring that up, Councillor Dads. So
yes,
we can bring it.
Are you saying if we have an emergency meeting, on that meeting, we will probably have an update then as well? Are you saying? Is that what you're saying?
Well, to start off with, I don't do emergency meetings. If there's need for a meeting, then we'll have a meeting. So if you feel there's a need and demonstrate a need, then I will liaise with my officers and we'll arrange a meeting.
But if you were going to have a meeting, whatever we call it, for
it will be a meeting of the Housing and Communities Committee.
When we have that meeting next, if there's one for July, that I would like, if we are going to have a COVID impact assessment or update, that be in a written form, if we then or one in September. But look, I mean, I know that you've made your comment at the end, but I do think that I can't ask questions at an emergency meeting of Gavin Callahan and others if I don't have the information. So I wasn't aware that there were these deaths in the care homes. I wouldn't have asked the question. I'd just like to know that if there are things of importance, salient points, we should be kept up to date.
Thank you. Well, just for the record, we don't manage care homes. That's a private function.
Sheltered accommodation, I apologise.
Oh, sorry. Okay, just want to clear that one up. And like I say, I don't want us to get like the Edwina Curry egg scenario, people panicking and worry over nothing. We've had testimony today from Mrs. French about how well we're doing with care homes. So if we are able, what my assurance will be, if we are able, if there is the need to do a Housing and Communities Committee in July, we will have that, and we will have that item on there to give the public the reassurance.
Care home or sheltered accommodation?
Yes, yes. Right. I'm quite happy for a full, not individual, a full report, because what I don't want is people walking away, and I don't wish to criticise the opposition. You're here to challenge us, that's your job. And I'd be disappointed if you didn't do your job. But when I've heard accusations about 9 deaths when in fact it was 3, and not a shred of proof has been tabled against the council, it's important to have that report so public can get their trust. You can ask all your questions, quiz us all you like, and they will be answered and we will get to the truth. How's that, Councillor Dads?
The thing is, as long as I can have my say when I come to committee, and I have my say. I think I've made my point. And you've allowed me to make my point, and that's it. So I'm doing my job as a councillor for the borough.
As an opposition member, great, lovely.
No, as it's not party politics. As a councillor, I act for residents, and I'm doing my bit.
All right, we're split hairs. Councillor Golden, anything on the work programme?
No.
You sure?
Well, I mean, it could create something really complicated and controversial, but I think it's probably best that we just keep it simple so we can all get some sleep.
Well, you're coming to my Councillor Ferguson.
No further comments from me, Mr. Chairman.
Sarah, is there any other members on the call? Sarah?
No, that's it.
Right. Tenants and leaseholder reps, is there anything you'd like added to the work programme? Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for the...
I'm all right, thanks.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Woods?
No, it seems okay to me, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to thank everyone and their patience. We've had a difficult meeting tonight. And we're the committee that's probably going to get the tears during all the COVID-19 crisis. And just like to thank everyone for their patience. We've got through it. We've asked some difficult questions and we've got there. So keep well, stay safe, and I will see you sooner rather than later. Good night.
Thank you very much. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Right.
Bye.
Good night.